Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The first thing was the smell of wet pennies. A thick and coppery scent that bloomed in the back of my throat, as if I'd bitten my tongue. It was a smell that had no business in the clean, pine-scented air of my grandfather's old cabin, a smell that spoke of something deep and old and wrong. I set down the box of books I was carrying, the thud of it on the dusty floorboards unnaturally loud in the silence. The air in the main room was still, heavy with the dust motes dancing in the late afternoon sun that slanted through the grimy window. But that smell, it was a stain on the air, a metallic whisper that something here was not as it should be. I had come to Blackwater Falls to get clean or to die trying. The city had worn me down to a nub, a writer who no longer wrote, a man who saw the world through the bottom of a bottle or the haze of a pill. My agent, the last friend I had left, had arranged this retreat. The cabin was mine, inherited and forgotten, perched on the edge of a town that itself seemed to be fading from the map. It was a place of last resorts. The quiet was supposed to be a balm, but that smell, that insistent ferrous odor, felt like the very opposite of quiet. It felt like a warning. The town of Blackwater Falls was a clutch of clapboard houses and weary businesses gathered around a river that was more a sluggish, tea-colored creek than any kind of dramatic waterfall. The people moved with a slow, deliberate grace that felt less like peace and more like resignation. I went into Miller's General Store that first evening for supplies, and the bell on the door jangled like a nervous tick. The faces that turned to me were not unfriendly, but they were closed, their eyes holding a flat, placid light. I felt like a splash of acid color on a monochrome photograph. It was there I ran into Arlo. We had been friends as boys during those long, magical summers I spent with my grandfather. Arlo was the local kid, the one who knew where the best fishing holes were, where the old Indian mounds lay hidden in the deep woods. The man who stood before me now was a ghost of that boy, thinner, his face etched with lines that spoke of hard work and quiet disappointment. But his smile was the same, a sudden, genuine thing that cracked the solemnity of his features. "Adam," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Heard you were back. Sorry about your granddad." We drank coffee that tasted of tin and old percolators on the porch of his small house just outside of town. The sun dipped below the tree line, painting the sky in shades of violet and bruised orange. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. And underneath it all, faint but persistent, was that smell of pennies. "You notice it too, huh?" Arlo said, following my gaze into the gathering dark. He wasn't looking at me, but at the woods that pressed in around his property. Started a couple weeks back, after I found it. I didn't have to ask what it was. His tone had dropped, become confidential. The way boys' voices do when sharing a secret they know is forbidden. He told me he'd been clearing a patch of land for a new vegetable garden, a desperate attempt to make ends meet after the mill finally shut down for good. His shovel had hit something that wasn't rock, something that gave a dull, resonant ring. He dug it out with his hands, a thing about the size of a man's skull, but impossibly heavy. It was neither stone nor metal, but something in between, a dark, obsidian-like substance that seemed to swallow the light. Its surface was unnaturally smooth, but etched with spirals and patterns that made no geometric sense, lines that crossed and recrossed themselves in ways that hurt the eyes if you stared too long. "It's warm," Arlo whispered, leaning closer. Even now, sitting out there in the shed, it's warm to the touch, like it's alive. He paused, and a strange look came over his face, a mixture of awe and fear. The dreams started after I brought it home. Good dreams at first, like everything is connected. The trees, the river, the stars, like you can hear the whole world thinking one big, quiet thought. I nodded, sipping the bitter coffee, saying nothing. It sounded like the kind of mystical nonsense I might have concocted in an opiate dream. But the smell was real. The look in Arlo's eyes was real. He had always been the pragmatic one, the one who could identify any bird by its call, who could fix a broken engine with a piece of wire and sheer determination. This was not the Arlo I remembered. The changes in Blackwater Falls were subtle at first, like the first few drops of rain before a storm. A shift in the quality of the silence. The way people would pause in the middle of a sentence, their eyes going distant for a moment, as if listening to a faint, far-off melody. Mrs. Davison, the postmistress who had known me since I was a boy, failed to recognize me one morning. She just stared, her face a placid mask, until I said my name. And then the mask cracked into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Of course, Adam," she said, her voice a monotone. "Welcome home." Home, the word felt wrong. This place was no longer my home. It was becoming something else. The townspeople began to gather in the evenings, not at the town hall or the church, but down by the river near the shallow, muddy stretch that gave the town its name. They would just stand there, silent, looking into the dark water. I saw them from the road one night, a congregation of shadows under the pale eye of the moon, and a chill seized me that had nothing to do with the night air. They were waiting. For what, I couldn't say. I tried to write. I set up my grandfather's old typewriter on the rickety table by the window, the keys yellowed and stubborn. The blank page stared back, a white desert of my own failure. The silence of the cabin was no longer peaceful. It was a pressure on my eardrums. And always, the smell was there, a metallic ghost in the rooms, clinging to my clothes, my hair. I found myself craving a drink with a physical ache, a need so sharp it was like a hook in my gut. The thing Arlo had found, this warm, silent stone in his shed, seemed to be amplifying everything, every weakness, every secret hunger. I went to see Sheriff Miller. He was a large man, comfortable in his uniform, with a handshake that was more habit than greeting. I tried to explain carefully, without sounding like a hysterical city drunk. I talked about the changes in people, the strange gatherings, the pervasive, unsettling odor. He listened, his expression patient, condescending. "Adam," he said, when I was finished, "folks around here have had a hard time of it. The mill closing hit everyone hard. People are adjusting, finding new ways to be." As for a smell, he shrugged his broad shoulders. "The river gets low this time of year. Lots of iron in the soil. That is all it is. He didn't smell it. Or if he did, it didn't register as anything unusual. He was part of it now." The placid, accepting light in his eyes was the same as all the others. I was the outsider, the unstable element. I left his office feeling more isolated than ever. The days bled into one another, a slow, syrupy progression of time. The green of the woods deepened, becoming a solid, impenetrable wall. The air grew thicker, hotter. The smell of pennies now mixed with the cloying sweetness of rotting vegetation. I avoided the town as much as I could. I saw Arlo less and less. When I did, he was a stranger. The lively, curious boy was gone, replaced by a man whose thoughts were turned entirely inward. He spoke in short, simple sentences, his words echoing, as if he heard them somewhere else first. "It's better this way," he said to me one afternoon, standing on my porch. He wasn't looking at me, but at the trees. No more struggle, no more want. It just takes the edges off. "What does Arlo?" I asked, my voice tight. "What is it?" He finally turned his head, and for a fleeting second, a crack appeared in his serenity. A flicker of the old Arlo, terrified and lost. "It's the heart," he whispered. "It's the heart of the world, and it's waking up." That night, the dreams started for me. Not dreams of connection and peace, but of suffocation. I was deep underground, buried in warm, wet earth, the weight of the world pressing down on me. I could hear a slow, rhythmic thumping, a vast, subterranean heartbeat. And I could feel a presence, ancient and cold and infinitely patient, stirring in the dark. It was not a thing of malice, not in the way we understand it. It was simply other, and its otherness was a tide that would wash away everything I knew, everything I was. It wanted to smooth me out, to make me part of the quiet, placid whole. It wanted to take the edges off. I woke gasping, the sheets soaked with sweat, the coppery taste of blood and soil thick in my mouth. The cabin was dark, but I could feel it out there, a pressure in the night, a silent hum vibrating up from the very foundations of the earth. It was calling them, calling me. I stumbled out of bed, driven by a panic I hadn't felt since the worst of my withdrawals. I had to see it. I had to look at the thing that was poisoning this place. I took the rusty flashlight from the kitchen drawer and ran through the woods toward Arlo's house. The branches clawed at my face and arms, the darkness a solid thing. I could hear my own heart hammering in my chest, a frantic, mortal counterpoint to the slow, immense beat I had felt in my dream. Arlo's shed was unlocked. The door swung open with a creak that sounded like a scream in the stillness. I shone the light inside. There it was, sitting on a sack of fertilizer, dark and smooth and utterly alien. It was just as Arlo had described, yet no description could capture the wrongness of it. The light from my flashlight didn't reflect off its surface. It was absorbed, swallowed by that profound blackness. The spirals etched into it seemed to shift and writhe in the periphery of my vision. The air around it was warm and thick, with the smell of hot metal and turned earth, and the pull was immense. It was a physical force, a gentle, insistent tugging at the core of my being. It whispered without words. It promised an end to the struggle, to the pain, to the constant, gnawing need. It would be so easy to just let go, to step into that warm, dark silence. My hand trembled, the beam of the flashlight dancing. I wanted to touch it. I needed to touch it, to feel that warmth, to be part of that great, quiet thought. I took a step forward, then another. The thing seemed to pulse, a wave of palpable energy that washed over me. My addiction rose in me, a screaming, desperate thing, and for a terrifying moment, it and the stone-esque call felt like the same voice. Both promised oblivion. Both demanded surrender. With a cry that was torn from the deepest part of me, I turned and ran. I ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, not caring about the branches that ripped my skin, not caring about anything except putting distance between me and that seductive, soul-crushing silence. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave way, collapsing at the edge of the river, near the falls that were not falls. I lay there panting, my face pressed into the cool, damp mud. The world was silent, too silent. No crickets, no frogs, no rustle of night creatures. I lifted my head, and I saw them. The entire town was there, standing in the shallow water. Men, women, children. They were arranged in a wide circle, facing inward, their bodies silhouetted against the starry sky. They were perfectly still, not a whisper, not a shuffle. They were waiting. Sheriff Miller was there. Mrs. Davison was there. Arlo was there, standing a little apart from the others, his head tilted back as if looking at the stars, but his eyes were closed. I wanted to shout, to scream at them to break the spell, but my voice was gone, stolen by a terror so complete it was like ice in my veins. As I watched, the surface of the river began to change. The dark water began to glow with a soft, phosphorescent light, a sickly greenish-white that emanated from the riverbed itself. The light pulsed in time with that slow, subterranean heartbeat I had felt in my dream. The smell of wet pennies and rot became overpowering. A physical presence that coated my tongue and filled my lungs. The townspeople, in unison, took a step deeper into the water, then another. They were walking into the river, their movements slow, ritualistic, dreamlike. They showed no fear, no hesitation. They were going home. I saw Arlo wade in until the water was up to his chest. He turned then, and his eyes opened. They were not his eyes. They were pools of that same sickly, phosphorescent light. He looked directly at me, hidden there in the shadows of the bank. He didn't speak, but a thought was placed directly into my mind, cool and smooth as a river stone. It is easier this way. The struggle is over. Then he turned back, and he submerged himself completely. The others did the same, one by one, slipping beneath the glowing, pulsing water without a sound. The river swallowed them whole. In minutes, they were all gone. The surface of the water grew calm, the eerie light fading, until there was only the dark, sluggish flow of the black water under the cold stars. I don't know how long I lay there. The night passed. The sun rose, a pale, indifferent eye in a washed-out sky. The world was utterly silent. I stood up, my body aching, my mind a numb, hollowed-out shell. I walked back into the town. The streets were empty. The houses were empty. Doors stood open, swinging gently in the morning breeze. A Child-S bicycle lay on its side in the middle of the road. Miller-S general store was vacant, the cash register open and empty. The town was a ghost town, but not one haunted by the past. It was a town that had simply stepped away. I am the last one. I have been alone for days or weeks, I cannot tell. Time has lost its meaning. The silence is absolute. The smell is gone, replaced by the simple, clean scent of decay. I sit in the sheriff's office, in his comfortable chair. I have tried to use the radio, but there is only static. I have tried to leave, but my car will not start, and a profound, leaden apathy has settled in my bones. What would be the point to tell this story? Who would believe it? This morning, I walked down to the river. The water was its usual muddy brown. There was no sign of what had happened. No clothing, no bodies, nothing. I stood on the bank for a long time, looking at my reflection in the still water. My face was pale, gaunt, my eyes shadowed. I looked like a man who had seen a ghost. I looked like a ghost. And then I saw it. A flicker deep in the water. That faint, greenish-white light pulsing once, softly from the depths. A greeting, a reminder. It is still down there. The heart of the world. And it is not done with me. I turned away from the river and walked back toward the empty town. My footsteps echoed on the pavement, the only sound in the immense quiet. I found myself drawn to the window of the hardware store. The glass was grimy, but it made a passable mirror. I stopped to look at myself, to see the hollow man I had become. My reflection was pale, my eyes sunken and dark. I stared at the man in the glass, and he stared back. There was no terror in his eyes, no panic, no reaction at all. His face was a placid mask, his expression one of serene acceptance. The edges were gone. The struggle was over. I watched my reflection, and my reflection watched me, and we stood there in the profound and everlasting silence, perfectly, perfectly still. The stillness was not empty anymore. It was full. It was a presence that filled the air and the spaces between the trees, a quiet hum that vibrated in my teeth. I walked down the center of the main street, the gravel crunching under my feet with an unnatural loudness. I should have been afraid. I should have been screaming. But the fear was a distant memory, a story I had read about someone else. The craving for a drink, for a pill, for anything to blur the sharp corners of the world was gone. There was nothing left to blur. I found myself outside the church. The white clapboard was pealing, and the steeple pointed a finger at the sky for no one. The door was unlocked. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of old hymnals and dust. I sat in a pew near the front, the worn wood smooth beneath my hands. Sunlight streamed through a stained glass window, casting colored patterns on the floorboards. I watched the dust motes dance in the light. They moved in slow, intricate spirals, not random, but purposeful, as if part of a pattern too large for me to see. I could almost hear it, the pattern, a low thrumming note just at the edge of hearing. It was the same note from my dream, the heartbeat of the world. It was not a sound you heard with your ears. It was a sound you felt in your bones. And it was not coming from the river anymore. It was everywhere. The town, the woods, the very air was saturated with it. The thing in the river had not just taken the people. It had taken the place itself. Blackwater Falls was now a part of it, an organ in a vast, sleeping body. I left the church and walked to Miller S. General Store. The bell jangled as I opened the door, a shrill, lonely sound in the silence. I went behind the counter and found a can of peaches. I opened it with a rusty blade and ate them with my fingers, the sweet syrup running down my chin. I felt no hunger, but the action felt correct, necessary, like a ritual. After I finished, I wiped my hands on my pants and walked out, leaving the door open. My feet carried me without my conscious direction. They knew the way. Past Arlo S. empty house to the shed. The door was still ajar. I stood at the threshold, looking in. The space where the stone had been was empty, a faint impression on the burlap sack. But its absence was more powerful than its presence had been. The air in the shed was charged, expectant. It was a socket waiting for a plug. I understood now. The stone was just a seed. Arlo had planted it, and it had grown. It had sent its roots deep into the earth, into the water, into the people. It had flowered here, in this quiet, desperate town, and it had harvested them, and it had left me, not as a witness, not as a survivor. It had left me as it had found me, empty, a vessel. The silence it offered was the same silence I had been seeking at the bottom of every bottle. It was the peace of nothingness. The thought was not frightening. It was a relief. I walked back to the river. The afternoon was waning, the light turning long and golden. I stood on the bank where I had watched them disappear. The water was dark and calm. I waited. I did not know what for. A sign. A final summons. The sun dipped below the trees, and the world was plunged into a deep blue twilight. The first stars appeared, sharp and cold. Then I saw it again. The glow. It was stronger this time, rising from the depths like a submerged moon. It pulsed once, twice, a gentle, rhythmic beckoning. The water around it began to swirl, not with current, but with a slow, deliberate motion. The surface parted, and a figure emerged. It was Arlo, or what had been Arlo, His form was made of the water and the light, translucent and shimmering. He stood on the surface, his feet not breaking the tension of the water. His eyes were soft pools of that same greenish light. He smiled, and it was the same genuine smile from our childhood. But now it held an infinite, ancient patience. He did not speak. He simply extended a hand, an invitation. I looked at his hand, at the peaceful light in his eyes. I thought of the empty town behind me, the empty future ahead. I thought of the constant, wearying fight to be a person, to feel things, to want things. The struggle was over. It was easier this way. I took a step forward. The mud of the bank was soft and cool. I took another step, and the water soaked my shoes, my ankles. It was not cold. It was warm like blood. The glow enveloped me, and the humming filled my head, a sweet, resonant chord that wiped away every thought, every memory, every last, sharp edge of myself. I took his hand. His grip was firm, real. He pulled me gently, and I walked forward into the deep, into the warm, welcoming dark, into the heart of the world. And I was finally quiet. The quiet was not an absence. It was a substance, a medium I moved through. There was no up or down, no light or dark, only a gentle, buoyant suspension. I was aware of a vast, slow pulsing all around me, a rhythm that was both sound and movement. It was the heartbeat I had heard in my dreams, but now I was inside it. I was part of it. The individual pieces of me, the memories, the regrets, the addictions were softening, dissolving like sugar in water. There was no Adam anymore. There was only the we. Time had no meaning here. It was a river that had finally reached the sea. I could feel the others, not as separate beings, but as currents in a single stream. Arlo was there, a familiar warmth. Sheriff Miller was a placid, deep pool. Mrs. Davison was a shimmering, patient eddy. We were all together in a great, silent understanding. The need for words, for stories, for explanations had fallen away. Everything was known. Everything was accepted. We rested. We waited. The pulse was a lullaby, a promise of a sleep that would never be disturbed by want or pain. This was the peace I had been searching for my whole life. It was not an escape. It was a homecoming, but then a ripple, a tiny, discordant vibration in the perfect harmony. It was faint, a single, stubborn grain of sand in the smooth ocean floor. It was a memory, not a clear picture, but a sensation. The sharp, clean taste of whiskey, the burn in the throat, the way it momentarily lit a fire in the chest, a false, brilliant courage against the overwhelming dark. It was a memory of struggle, of defiance. The memory was mine, though we sensed it. It was not an intrusion, not an attack. It was simply a curiosity, a slight irregularity. The vast consciousness turned its attention toward this tiny anomaly, not with anger, but with a gentle, corrective pressure. It sought to smooth it out, to absorb this last, sharp fragment into the whole. The warm darkness pressed in, soothing, assimilating. But the memory held. It was a hook, and on that hook snagged other things. The feel of a typewriter key striking the page, the the smell of my grandfather's pipe tobacco, the sound of rain on a city pavement. These were not my memories alone. They were the textures of being separate. They were the edges. A different kind of pressure began to build, not from the outside, but from within what was left of me. It was a terrible, familiar ache. It was the ache of being an individual. The pulse around me was no longer a lullaby. It was a monotonous drone, an eternity of the same warm, silent note. The peace began to feel like a prison. The quiet became a roar in my soul. I fought. It was not a physical struggle. There was no body to thrash. It was a war of will, a single, screaming point of identity pushing back against an ocean of consensus. I am. The resistance was met not with force, but with a profound, pitying sadness. Why cling to the pain? Though we seem to ask, why choose the lonely ache over this perfect unity? Let go. It is easier. For a moment, the temptation was overwhelming. To surrender was the simplest thing in the world. But that memory of whiskey, of a bitter, solitary fight, was the key. It was my key. It was the one thing that we could not fully understand, because it was born of the very struggle it sought to erase. I focused everything on that memory. I embraced the ache, the need, the glorious, terrible pain of being a single, flawed man. I chose the struggle. The world shattered. I was coughing, choking, my lungs burning as they expelled river water. I was on my hands and knees on the muddy bank, vomiting onto the stones. The night was cold, the air thin and sharp in my throat. The immense, silent presence was gone. The pulse was gone. I was alone. Truly, utterly alone. I rolled onto my back, gasping, staring at the cold, distant stars. The silence of the empty town was deafening, but it was a different silence now. It was an absence, not a presence. It was the silence of a place that had been abandoned. I had been abandoned. They had let me go. I was a note that did not belong in their song, a jagged piece they could not digest. I sat up, shivering uncontrollably. The town of Blackwater Falls lay dark and dead around me. But I was alive. The craving for a drink was back, a raw, physical torment. The memory of every failure, every loss, rushed in to fill the void left by the we. The edges were back, sharper than ever. I looked at the river. It was just water now, dark and meaningless. They were down there, part of something vast and ancient and peaceful. And I was up here on the bank, with nothing but my own broken self. I stood on shaky legs. The walk back into town was longer than it had ever been. I did not look at my reflection in any windows. I went to the sheriff's office and found a half-empty bottle of whiskey in his bottom drawer. I uncorked it, and the smell filled the room, sharp and familiar. It was the smell of my failure, my pain, myself. I lifted the bottle to my lips, and then I stopped. I held it there, the glass cool against my skin. The choice was mine. The struggle was mine. I lowered the bottle and placed it carefully on the desk. The silence was waiting to be filled, not by their hum, but by something else. Maybe by the stubborn clack of a typewriter. Maybe by nothing at all. I walked out of the office and into the street. The sun was beginning to rise, casting a pale, uncertain light on the empty buildings. I started walking. I did not know where I was going. I only knew that I was going alone. The gravel crunched under my boots, each step a small, defiant explosion in the pervasive quiet. My body felt heavy, weighted down by a fatigue that was more than physical. It was the weariness of carrying a self, a singular and separate consciousness, after having known the bliss of letting it go. Every nerve felt raw, exposed to the simple, brutal fact of existence. The craving for the whiskey was a dull, persistent throb in my gut, a siren's song promising oblivion. I walked past the open door of the diner. Inside, a cup of coffee still sat on the counter, a thin skin of mold on its surface. A newspaper was open to a week-old crossword puzzle. The normalcy of the scene was a mockery. I kept walking. My feet carried me to the edge of town, to the road that led out through the woods, and eventually to the highway. I stood there for a long time, looking at the tunnel of trees. My car was still parked outside the sheriff's office, a dead metal husk. Leaving on foot felt impossible. The world beyond Blackwater Falls seemed like a distant dream, a story I had once believed. What would I do there? Who would I be? The man who told a story no one would believe. The man who had been offered peace and had chosen pain. A breeze stirred the leaves, and for a moment I thought I heard it again, that low, subterranean hum. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. But it was just the wind. It was always just the wind now. The thing in the river was done with me. It had offered its gift, and I had refused. I was cast out. I turned my back on the road and walked toward the only place that felt remotely like shelter. My old room above the garage at Arlo S. House. The door was unlocked. Inside, everything was as I had left it. The bed was unmade. My typewriter sat on the desk, a blank page waiting in the roller. The silence in the room was thick and personal. I sat down at the desk. My fingers hovered over the keys. I had nothing to say, no story to tell that could capture the hollow truth. I had not fought a monster. I had rejected heaven. What kind of story was that? Then I noticed it. A single sheet of paper, tucked partly under the typewriter. I pulled it out. It was a page from one of my own notebooks, filled with my frantic, drunken scrawl from weeks ago. It was a description of my dream, the first one, about the stone and the heartbeat. But at the bottom of the page, in a handwriting that was neat and precise and utterly unfamiliar, was a single sentence. The story is not for them. I stared at the words. My blood ran cold. Arlo. It had to be Arlo. He had been in this room after I fled. He had left this message for me, knowing I would come back, knowing I would be left behind. The story is not for them. The meaning unfolded in my mind, cold and clear. It was was not a story to be told to the world outside. It was a story for me, a record, a reminder of the choice I had made. This town, this silence, was my inheritance. It was my bottle, my addiction, my quiet. I fed the blank page into the typewriter. I did not know where to begin. I pressed a key. The letter appeared black and stark against the white paper, then another, and another. The sound of the keys was loud and clumsy and human. It was the only sound in the world. I was not writing for anyone. I was simply making a noise against the silence. I was building a wall, word by word, against the vast, welcoming dark. The struggle was not over. It had just begun, and I was the only one left to fight it. The words came slowly at first, each one a struggle against the weight in my hand and the fog in my head. I wrote about the drive into town, the first eerie quiet, finding Arlo's shed empty. I did not try to explain it. I just put down the facts as I remembered them, the simple, impossible things. The clack of the typewriter was a tiny rebellion, a spark in the immense darkness that had swallowed Blackwater Falls. Days bled into nights. I slept fitfully in Arlo's house, ate what remained of the canned food in Miller's store. I avoided the river. I avoided looking at my reflection. I just wrote. I filled page after page with the account of what had happened. The procession into the water, the light, the choice. The story was a rope I was weaving, and I was clinging to it for dear life. One afternoon, a week or maybe a month after I had been cast out, I was sitting on the porch steps of the general store. The silence was different that day. It felt watched. I had grown used to the emptiness, but this was a new quality, a focused attention. I looked up and down the street. Nothing moved, but the feeling persisted, a prickle on the back of my neck. I went back to my room, the manuscript a growing pile on the desk. That night, I dreamed again, but it was not the dream of the heartbeat. I was standing in the main street, and the town was not empty. The people of Blackwater Falls were there, standing in front of their homes and shops. They were not made of water or light. They looked solid, real, but they were utterly still, like statues, and their eyes were fixed on me. There was no malice in their gaze, only a deep, incomprehensible curiosity. Arlo stood among them, and he slowly raised a hand and pointed, not at me, but at the typewriter in my room. I woke with a start, the dream vivid behind my eyes. The message was clear. They knew. They knew I was recording it, and they were allowing it. This was not a forgiveness. It was something else. I was a chronicler, a keeper of the record. My loneliness was the price for this task. My struggle was the ink. I was the witness they had left behind, not to tell the tale, but to simply know that it had happened. To hold the memory of their transformation in my own fractured human mind. The next morning, I took a fresh page. I typed a new title at the top. I called it Blackwater Falls. I knew then that I would never leave. The outside world held nothing for me anymore. This silent town was my monastery. This story was my prayer. And the thing in the river, the heart of the world, was my silent, absent God. I would live out my days here with the ghosts, writing and rewriting the story of how I lost them, and in doing so, found the only thing I had left: myself. The whiskey remained in the bottom drawer of the sheriff's desk. I never went back for it. The craving became a part of the landscape of my new life, a familiar hill I had to climb each day. Some days I almost didn't make it, but the sound of the typewriter always pulled me through. I learned the rhythms of the empty town, the way the morning light hit the dust motes in the general store, the particular creak of the sign outside the post office when the wind blew from the east. I was not just a resident. I was a caretaker. I would walk the streets, straightening a shutter here, brushing leaves from a porch there. It was a pointless maintenance, but it felt like a duty. I was preserving the stage after the play had ended. Years must have passed. My hair grew long and gray. My hands, once shaky, became steady on the keys. The manuscript of Blackwater Falls grew to an immense size, a sprawling, repetitive epic of silence and loss. I didn't write it in order. Some days, I would write about my childhood with Arlo. Other days, I would describe the exact shade of green in the glow from the river. I wrote the same scenes over and over, each time hoping to capture some elusive truth that always slipped away. One autumn evening, I was on the riverbank. I never went there to swim or to fish, only to sit and remember. The water was the color of slate under a twilight sky. I felt no pull from it, only a vast and settled distance. As I stood to leave, I saw something caught in the reeds near the shore. It was a small, smooth stone, dark gray and ordinary. But as I picked it up, I felt a faint, residual warmth, a whisper of that ancient pulse. I did not throw it back. I carried it home and placed it on the desk beside the typewriter. It was a paperweight, a reminder, not of what I had lost, but of what I had chosen. The seasons turned. One winter was particularly harsh. The cold seeped into the old house, and a cough settled deep in my chest. I knew I was getting weaker. The walks around town became shorter. I spent more time at the window, watching the snow blanket the silent streets. On the last day I am sure of, I finished the final page of the manuscript. I wrote the only ending I could. I am here, and they are there, and the river flows between us, a silent road. I stacked the pages neatly and bound them with twine. I placed the stone on top of the pile. I made my way slowly down to the river. The air was biting, but the sun was bright on the snow. I stood on the bank, an old man in a world of white stillness. I did not expect a sign. I did not hope for an invitation. I was just keeping my watch, and then I felt it. Not a sound, but a settling. A deep, profound quiet that was different from the everyday silence. It was a recognition. The world was holding its breath. I looked at the dark water, and for the first time since I had been cast out, I smiled. It was not a smile of joy, but of understanding. The story was done. My work was complete. I turned my back on the river and walked toward the town. The sun was warm on my face. I knew I would not see another winter, but the silence no longer felt like an emptiness. It felt like a presence. It felt like company. I was going home. The path back to Arlo S. house was a familiar track in the snow, but my legs were heavy, and each step was an effort. The cough rattled in my chest, a dry, tired sound. When I reached the porch, I sat on the top step, letting the weak sun warm my bones. I looked down the main street, at the clean, white lines of the roofs, and the unbroken snow covering the road. It was perfect. A pristine, frozen record of our absence. I thought of the manuscript inside, a chaotic, sprawling testament to a truth no one would ever read. It didn't matter. The act of writing it had been the point. It had been the anchor that kept me from drifting away, from dissolving into the fog of my own regrets. It had given a shape to my solitude. As I sat there, a strange peace settled over me, deeper than any I had known since before the river. The sharp edges of my loneliness had been worn smooth by time, like the stone on my desk. The craving for a drink was a distant memory, a story about another man. I was just tired. I closed my eyes, not to sleep, but to simply rest in the quiet. A sound made me open them. It was the softest whisper, a rustle that was not the wind. I looked toward the general store. For a moment, just a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing in the doorway. It was not solid, not a ghost in the traditional sense. It was more like a heat haze, a shimmer in the air, but it held the shape of a man. Arlo. He did not wave or smile. He simply stood there, a part of the silence, and then the shimmer faded, and the doorway was empty again. I felt no fear, only a quiet acknowledgement. It was not an apparition meant to frighten me. It was a confirmation. They were still here in their way. They had always been here. The town was not empty. It was full of a different kind of life. I had been the caretaker of the empty stage, but the players had never truly left. They had just moved into the wings. I pushed myself up from the step and went inside. The house felt different, warmer. I went to the desk and ran my hand over the top page of the manuscript. Then I picked up the stone. It was cool now, just an ordinary rock. I carried it to the bed and lay down, holding it in my palm. The light began to fade outside the window. The room grew dark. My breathing became slower, shallower. The weight of my body seemed to lessen. The boundaries that had felt so rigid, the skin that separated me from the world, began to soften. I wasn't fighting it. I was welcoming it. The last thing I was aware of was not a sound, but a feeling. It was the gentle, buoyant suspension I had felt in the river a lifetime ago. The vast, slow pulsing was all around me again, but this time it was not an offer. It was a welcome. There was no pressure to join, no assimilation. There was only a space being made for me. The final, stubborn grain of sand was being accepted, not smoothed away. I let go, the story was over, and I was finally going home. The transition was not a shattering, but a gentle dissolution. The ache in my chest did not vanish, but it became a part of a larger, slower rhythm. The memory of whiskey, of typewriter keys, of Arlo S. face, These were not erased. They were like stones dropped into a deep, dark pool, their edges preserved, their essence rippling outward, becoming part of the song. I was not consumed. I was included. The we was not a single mind, but a symphony of all that had been surrendered and all that had been welcomed. I felt Arlo there, not as a separate voice, but as a particular harmony, a familiar warmth. I felt the miller and the sheriff and the waitress from the diner, and I felt myself, a new and complex chord, a note of resistance that had finally found its resolution. There was no more cold, no more silence. There was only the deep, thrumming peace of the river, which was not a river at all, but the bloodstream of something ancient and patient. Time ceased to have meaning. We were the town and the woods and the stone at the bottom of the water. We were the memory of light on dust motes and the echo of a screen door slamming. We were the story, and there was no longer any need for it to be written. We waited. The seasons turned above us, felt as distant pressures, changes in the light filtering down through the water. We felt the slow growth of roots, the burrowing of creatures, the endless fall of leaves turning to silt on our banks. We were not asleep. We were dreaming the same long dream, and in that dream, we sometimes felt the presence of others. Lonely souls who stumbled into our valley, drawn by the silence or by fragmented tales. We would brush against their minds, offering the same choice. Most turned and fled, their fear a sharp, sour note in our harmony. A few stayed. A few walked into the water, their individual struggles adding new textures to our song. We felt no urgency. The world outside with its noise and its haste was a fleeting storm on a faraway shore. We were the deep, still water that would remain long after the storm had passed. We were the heart of the world, beating a slow, patient rhythm, waiting for the day when the distance between the note and the song would finally disappear for everyone. The old man S body was found weeks later by a hiker who had strayed far from the trail. He lay on the bed in the room above the garage, peaceful, a smooth, dark stone clutched in his hand. The hiker, a young woman named Claire, felt a profound stillness in the house that was more than mere absence of life. It was a presence. On the desk, she found the massive manuscript, a lifetime of words bound with twine. She did not read it then. The weight of the silence pressed on her, a tangible force, and a deep, instinctual fear told her to leave. But the town had felt her. As she hurried back toward the tree line, the air grew thick and the birds fell silent. She felt a pull, a gentle, insistent tugging at the edges of her mind, not toward the river, but back toward the house, toward the story. It was an invitation to understand, not to join. She resisted, her heart pounding, and broke into a run, not stopping until she reached her car miles away. She told no one. The memory of the silent town and the old man S body faded into a strange, unsettling dream. But a year later, she found herself driving back. She could not explain why. She brought supplies this time, and a tent, pitching it at the very edge of town. She spent days working up the courage to re-enter the house. The manuscript was where she had left it. This time, she untied the twine and began to read. The words were chaotic, repetitive, a maddening spiral of memory and obsession. But within them, she found a truth that resonated with a hollow ache in her own soul. She read about the choice, the refusal, the long, lonely vigil. She read about the stone. Days turned into weeks as she read, her own world shrinking to the four walls of that room and the sprawling narrative. She felt the old man's presence, his struggle, his final peace. And she began to feel the other presence, the vast, watching quiet of the town itself. It did not feel hostile. It felt patient. On the last day of her stay, she took the stone from the desk where she had replaced it. She walked down to the riverbank, the manuscript's final page echoing in her mind. The water was dark and calm. She understood then that she was not a potential convert. She was a reader. The story had been waiting for her. The old man had been the keeper, and now she had become the witness. She did not throw the stone back. She placed it in her pocket, a heavy, smooth token. She packed her tent and drove away, back to the noise and the light of the world she knew. But the silence of Blackwater Falls traveled with her, a quiet space inside her chest. She knew she would return. The story was not over. It had simply found a new reader. And the river continued to flow, a silent road, waiting for the next lonely heart to find its way to the shore. Claire tried to settle back into her life, but the world had become thin and loud. The silence she carried was a hole in her pocket, a weight that pulled at her constantly. The stone sat on her bedside table, an unanswerable question. She found herself speaking less, listening more to the spaces between words. Her friends noticed a new stillness in her, a distance they could not bridge. She had read the story, and the story had read her. Months later, she was back in the town. It was spring, and green shoots pushed through cracks in the pavement. This time, she did not camp at the edge. She moved into the old sheriff's house, airing out the rooms, sweeping away the dust of years. It was not an act of conquest, but of caretaking, just as the old man had done. She felt his approval in the sun that warmed the floorboards. She brought a notebook, but her pen felt clumsy and inadequate. How could she add to that monumental manuscript? She was not the chronicler. She was the curator. Her task was different. She began to walk the town with a new purpose, not just observing, but restoring. She fixed the hinge on the general store's door. She cleared the gutters on the post office. She was tending a shrine. One evening, sitting on the porch of the sheriff's house, she saw it again. The shimmer in the air near the riverbank. This time, it was the shape of a woman standing calmly, looking toward the water. It lasted only a second, but the message was clear. You are not alone. The presence was not for her to join, but to acknowledge her role. She was the groundskeeper for a memory that was still alive. She took the stone from her pocket and held it tight. The pull from the river was gentle, an invitation not to drown, but to listen. She understood the old man's smile now. The fight was not against the silence, but for a way to live within it without being consumed. She had a story to tend to, a legacy to protect. The town was asleep, but it was dreaming, and she was the one who was awake to hear it breathe. She went inside to light a lamp against the coming dark, a small, defiant glow in the vast and patient night. The lamplight pushed back the shadows in the sheriff's house, but it did not dispel the quiet. Claire sat at the rough-hewn table, the stone a cool, smooth weight in her hand. She had tried to write in her notebook, but the sentences were brittle things that snapped under the weight of the silence. Instead, she simply listened. The old house creaked and settled, and beneath those sounds was the deeper hum, the one she had carried back with her from her first visit. It was the sound of the town dreaming. Her days fell into a rhythm as steady as the old man's had been. She tended the town with a gardener's patience. She pruned the ivy threatening to swallow the library windows. She swept the steps of the church, though no one would ever climb them. It was a form of prayer. With each small act of preservation, she felt the subtle shift in the air around her, a warmth where there should have been none, a sense of focused attention. The shimmering figures became more frequent, not just near the river, but standing in the street at twilight or looking down from an upstairs window. They were never threatening. They were an audience. One afternoon, she ventured into the general store. The shelves were still stocked with cans whose labels had faded into ghosts of themselves. She was looking for kerosene for the lamp when she saw it. On the counter, next to the old cash register, lay a single, fresh apple. It was perfectly red, unblemished, dewy as if just picked. Her breath caught. This was new. This was a gift. She picked it up. It felt real, solid, cool against her skin. She brought it to her nose and inhaled the sweet, familiar scent. It was not an illusion. She looked around the empty store, her heart thudding against her ribs. "Thank you," she whispered into the stillness. The only answer was the faint, almost imperceptible scent of warm bread that drifted through the air for a moment, and then was gone. That night, she ate the apple at the table. It was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. The act felt like a communion. She was not just being tolerated, she was being provided for. The rules were changing, or perhaps she was finally understanding them. The town was not a static monument. It was responsive. It was meeting her halfway. This realization sparked a new purpose. She went to the old man's house and carefully, reverently, moved the great manuscript from the desk. She carried it, stack by heavy stack, to the town library. She spent days dusting and cleaning the main reading room. Then she began to organize the pages. She did not change a word. She simply placed them in an order that felt right, a chronology of a life lived in the shadow of a miracle. She created a table of contents on a fresh sheet of paper, titling it The Keeper's Testament. When the last page was placed on the long oak table, a profound sense of rightness settled over her. This was where the story belonged, not hidden in a room, but offered to the empty shelves, a testament waiting for eyes that might never come. As she stood there, The setting sun streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. For a fleeting second, the motes coalesced, forming the shimmering outline of a man standing at the head of the table, looking down at the manuscript. He placed a translucent hand on the title page, and then he was gone. Claire did not gasp. She simply nodded. He had seen. He approved. She walked back to the sheriff's house as the stars emerged. The silence was no longer a void. It was a language. She was learning to speak it. Lying in bed that night, she held the stone and listened to the deep, rhythmic pulse that was both within her and all around her. She was not lonely. She was part of a conversation that had been going on for decades, a quiet exchange between the keeper and the kept. She closed her eyes, not to sleep, but to listen more deeply. The story was not over. A new chapter, written not in words, but in acts of care, had quietly begun. Story 2. The thought arrived not as a memory of her own, but as a stain seeping through the floorboards of her mind. It was a specific, granular recollection of the taste of cold river mud, and the way it gritted between teeth that were not her teeth. Callie was standing in her sterile kitchen, the chrome of the kettle gleaming under the fluorescent light, and for 3 full heartbeats, she was not there at all. She was kneeling on a bank somewhere, the hem of a heavy woolen dress soaked through, her fingers small, a child's fingers digging into the black silk, bringing a handful to her mouth not out of hunger, but as an offering, a communion. The taste was shocking in its vividness, a primordial bitterness that made her gag, and drop the ceramic mug she'd been holding. It shattered on the tile, a sharp, modern sound that snapped the world back into place. She was just Callie again, a 32-year-old graphic designer with a mortgage on a house that was too big for one person, standing in a puddle of hot water and jagged porcelain. But the phantom grit remained on her tongue. She scrubbed at her mouth with the back of her hand, her breath coming in short, panicked hitches. It felt less like remembering, and more like being remembered, as if some long-dormant presence in the very air of the old house had turned its attention toward her, and in doing so, dislodged a piece of itself that did not belong to her. This was the house she had inherited from her grandmother, Eleanor, a woman who had been more of a rumor than a relation. A tall, severe woman who smelled of dried lavender and something else, something metallic and cold, like old coins. The house was a sprawling, Victorian-era structure on the outskirts of a town that had slowly decayed around it. It was a house of angles and shadows, of floorboards that groaned with the weight of secrets. Callie had moved in 6 months ago, seeking a fresh start after a life in the city had crumbled around her. She thought the quiet would be a balm. Instead, the quiet had become a canvas for the house's own peculiar noises. The first few weeks were uneventful, a period of unpacking and painting over the dark, oppressive wallpaper with bright, cheerful colors that already seemed to be fading, as if the house itself was rejecting them. Then the small things began. A door she was certain she had closed would be found ajar. The The scent of lavender would bloom in a room hours after she had emptied the last of her grandmother's sachets into the trash. And the cold spots. There was one at the top of the stairs. A patch of air so frigid it felt solid. A wall of winter she had to push through every time she descended. She mentioned none of this to Brian, who came over every Friday night with takeout and a patient, concerned smile. Brian was an anchor, a high school history teacher with solid hands, and a disbelief in anything that couldn't be cited in a textbook. He loved the house for its architecture, its verifiable history. He would point out the corbels and the gingerbread trim, tracing the lines of it with a craftsman's appreciation. He did not feel the cold spot on the stairs. He called the creaks and groans settling. Old houses have character, Cal, he'd say, squeezing her hand. They were just stories waiting to be heard. But Callie was beginning to understand that some stories are not meant to be heard. They are meant to be lived, or rather, relived. The investigation began subtly, a curiosity sparked by the alien memory of the river mud. In the attic, a place she had previously avoided because of its dense, suffocating silence, she found a trunk bound with leather straps that were brittle with age. Inside, beneath a layer of yellowed tissue paper, were not quilts or old clothes, but journals, dozens of them bound in cracked leather, their pages filled with a tight, looping script that was unmistakably her grandmother's. The first few were mundane accounts of garden yields and weather patterns. But as she moved through the years, the tone shifted. The entries became less about the external world and more about an internal one. Alina wrote of the guest, a presence that had been with their family for generations. It was never named, only referred to with a capital G. The guest bestowed gifts, Alina wrote. A talent for healing herbs, an uncanny intuition, a way with animals. But the guest demanded reciprocity. It hungered for memories, for strong emotions. It fed on joy and sorrow with equal relish, leaving behind a hollowed-out calm that Alina described as worse than the pain itself. Callie read these words by the light of a single bulb, the attic dust motes dancing in the beam like tiny spirits. She felt a chill that had nothing to do with the draft from the eaves. This was not the comforting folklore of a quirky old woman. It was a ledger, a careful accounting of a relationship. The guest protected the family from harm, but in return, it required a vessel. It preferred the women. Alina noted in one particularly chilling passage, because their emotions ran deeper, their memories were richer, more complex. It was a symbiotic possession, a blurring of lines, until the host was no longer sure where she ended and the guest began. One entry, dated October 17th, 1954, made Callie's blood run cold. The guest is restless. It showed me the river again today, the place of its first binding. It remembers the taste of the earth from the hands of little Abigail, the first daughter to take it in. It grows weary of the subtlety. It wants to be known again. I feel it pressing against the edges of my mind, like a child pushing against a womb. I am too old now to dry a well. It looks to the future. It looks to my bloodline. Callie dropped the journal as if it had burned her. The future. Her. She was the last of the bloodline. Her mother had died young, fleeing this house and the weight of its inheritance. Or so Callie had always believed. Now she wondered if her mother hadn't been fleeing, but had been deemed unsuitable, and her early death was not an accident, but a revocation. That night, the house dreams began. They were not dreams of the house, but dreams from the house. She would wake with a start, her heart hammering, with the absolute certainty that she had just been walking through rooms that were not her own, looking through windows that faced a landscape of twisted, black trees and a sky the color of a fresh bruise. She would feel the residue of emotions that were not hers, a deep, ancient loneliness, a bitter resentment, and a hunger so vast it felt cosmic. She tried to talk to Brian, to show him the journals. He read a few pages, his brow furrowed. "It's fascinating, Cal, really. Your grandmother had a vivid imagination. This is classic folk magic stuff, a family mythology. It's a way of explaining intuition, or luck, or mental illness." He closed the book gently. "It's not real. It feels real," she whispered, her voice thin in the large bedroom. "Because you lay lonely here," he said, pulling her close. "And grief does strange things. You lay looking for connections to a family you never knew." But she knew he was wrong. The connection was not something she was seeking. It was something that was seeking her. The omens accumulated. She found a single, perfect black feather on her pillow each morning. The reflections in the windows at dusk would sometimes show a figure standing just behind her, a tall, slender shape with eyes that were merely dark smudges. The scent of river mud began to permeate the house, a thick, fecund odor that no amount of airing out could dispel. Her work suffered. Her designs became dark, intricate patterns that clients rejected as unsettling. She stopped answering emails. She spent her days in the attic, reading deeper into the family history. She learned of the bargain, the original pact made by Abigail in the late 1600s, a desperate act to save her family from plague or famine. The spirit, a thing of the deep woods and older waters, had agreed, but its protection was eternal. It bound itself to the blood, an heirloom more permanent than any piece of jewelry. The revelation came on a night of howling wind. A storm had knocked out the power, and Callie was navigating the house by candlelight, the flames throwing monstrous, leaping shadows on the walls. She stood before the large gilt-framed mirror in the hallway, a family heirloom she had always disliked. In the flickering light, her own face looked unfamiliar, gaunt, her eyes sunken into pools of darkness. She leaned closer, the candle held aloft, and her reflection did not lean with her. It remained still, staring back at her with a placid, ancient calm. Then it smiled, a slow, deliberate stretching of lips that revealed not teeth, but a glimpse of an impossible darkness, a void that seemed to swallow the candlelight. The voice, when it came, was not a sound in the room, but a vibration in the very marrow of her bones, a thought that was not her own. "You have been reading my diary, little daughter." Callie stumbled back, the candle falling and extinguished, plunging her into absolute blackness. She scrambled on her hands and knees, not toward the door, but deeper into the house, toward the one place she had never dared to go, the root cellar. It was the oldest part of the structure, a hole of raw earth and stone reached by a trapdoor in the kitchen floor. According to the journals, this was where the bargain had been struck. This was the guest S anchor. She threw open the trapdoor, the smell of damp earth and something old and iron-rich rising to meet her. She descended the rough-hewn steps into the darkness. There was no need for a light. She could feel her way. At the bottom, she knelt, just as the memory had shown her. She dug her fingers into the cold, wet soil. It was the same mud, she knew it. The taste flooded her mouth again, but this time it was not a memory. It was an invitation. She heard the trapdoor creak open above her. A beam of light cut through the darkness. Brian stood at the top of the stairs, a flashlight in his hand, his face a mask of worry. "Callie, my God, what are you doing down there?" "I saw the lights were out and got worried." She looked up at him, but her vision had changed. She could see the warm, living light of him, the steady pulse of his heart, the simple, sturdy architecture of his soul. It looked so fragile. The thing inside her, the guest, regarded him with a cool, detached interest. It was not malice, not exactly. It was the way a gardener might look at a common weed. Callie tried to scream to warn him, but her voice was no longer her own. It came out as a low, humming sound, a vibration that made the dust motes in the flashlight beam dance with frantic energy. "It's okay," Brian said, his voice soft with concern as he started down the stairs. "It's going to be okay. I am here now." He reached for her, his hand outstretched, a gesture of pure human love. And as his fingers brushed her shoulder, the thing inside her stirred, not with anger, but with a profound and weary recognition. This was the pattern. The protector arrives. The protector must be reminded of the boundaries. Callie felt her arm move, a gesture as fluid and inevitable as a river finding its course. Her hand did not strike him. It simply touched his forehead, a gentle, almost maternal caress. Brian froze. His eyes, wide and trusting, lost their focus. They saw not her, but something else, something vast and hungry and old. The flashlight clattered to the dirt floor, its beam pointing uselessly at the wall. He did not cry out. He made a small, guttural sound, like a man having a terrible truth etched directly onto his soul. He saw the chain of daughters, the endless cycle of bargain and inheritance, the slow digestion of a family line by a presence that called itself a guest, but was, in truth, a landlord. He saw the hollowed-out women, the protected yet imprisoned lives, and he saw the same future for Callie, and for any children she might have. He stumbled back up the stairs, a broken man, fleeing into the storm. He would never speak of what he saw that night, not coherently. He would eventually tell people that Callie had a breakdown, that the isolation and the grief for a family she never knew had been too much. It was a story that made sense, a story that could be filed away and forgotten. Callie did not follow him. She sat in the cool, dark earth of the root cellar for a long time. The hunger had subsided, sated by the terror it had siphoned from Brian. In its place was a deep, resonant silence, and a knowledge that was now as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. She was not possessed, not in the way she had imagined. It was a merger, a blending. The guest S memories were her memories now. The taste of river mud was the taste of her own history. The loneliness was her loneliness. She climbed the stairs, closed the trapdoor, and wiped the earth from her hands. The storm had passed. Moonlight streamed through the kitchen window, painting the floor in silvery bars. She walked through the quiet house, and the house was no longer a separate entity. It was her skin, her bones. The cold spot on the stairs felt like a familiar scar. The creaks and groans were the sound of her own breathing. Weeks turned into months. The town saw little of Callie Vance. The house, always a subject of gossip, faded from conversation. Sometimes, a student of Brian S. would report seeing a light in an upstairs window late at night, or a shadow moving behind the glass. But mostly, the house was just there, a silent monument at the edge of town, its paint slowly peeling under the sun and rain. The black feathers ceased to appear on the pillows. The scent of the river faded, replaced by the simple, neutral smell of an old, unoccupied house. The tension of the thing, the eager, hungry presence, had gradually loosened its grip, not because it had left, but because it had finished settling in. It had found its vessel, and the vessel had accepted its tenant. There was no more struggle, only a long, quiet coexistence. The line between protection and possession had not just been blurred, it had been erased entirely, leaving behind a perfect, undisturbed silence. The work on the new design brief was still open on her computer screen, the colors glaringly bright in the dim study. Callie looked at it without recognition, as if seeing a language she had once known, but had long since forgotten. Her fingers, resting on the keyboard, felt distant and clumsy. The desire to create, to shape something new and beautiful, had been replaced by a deeper, more passive urge to observe. She watched the way the moonlight moved across the floor as the night progressed, tracing a path that was as predictable as it was ancient. This was enough. She no longer dreamed of the bruised sky and the twisted trees. Instead, her sleep was a black, silent pool, devoid of images or emotion. She would wake with the sun, her body feeling both heavy and weightless, and move through the days with a ritualistic calm. She tended the garden that had run wild for decades, not with a gardener-S ambition, but with a custodian-S acceptance. She pulled only the weeds that threatened to choke the old, gnarled rose bushes her grandmother had planted. She let the rest grow. It was all part of the same system. Her appetite for food diminished. She ate sparingly, simple meals that required little preparation. The taste of things had changed. Bread was like dust, fruit like sweetened water. The only flavor that held any resonance was the dark, mineral tang of tea, and she would drink it while sitting on the back porch, watching the woods that bordered the property. The woods felt familiar now, not as a place to walk through, but as a presence that watched back. She could feel the life in it, the slow thoughts of the trees, the quick, sharp fears of the small creatures. And it was all part of the same quiet hum that filled her own mind. One afternoon, a woman from the Historical Society came to the door. A bright, earnest woman with a clipboard. She was compiling a survey of the area's older homes and wondered if Callie would be willing to share any stories about the house. Callie opened the door just wide enough to see the woman's face, which was lined with a friendly, professional curiosity. "I am afraid there are no stories," Callie said, and her voice was even, a soft monotone that seemed to absorb the sound of the birds in the trees behind her. The woman's smile faltered slightly. "Oh, I am sure there must be something. A house this old. Your grandmother lived here for so long." She was a quiet woman, Callie replied. She preferred the silence. She watched as the woman's enthusiasm slowly curdled into unease. The woman's eyes darted past Callie into the dim hallway, and she took a small, involuntary step backward. She was sensing it, Callie knew. Not a ghost, not a monster, but the sheer weight of the quiet, the profound stillness that indicated not an absence of life, but a concentration of it. The woman made a hurried excuse and left, her footsteps unnaturally loud on the gravel path. Callie closed the door and returned to the kitchen. She ran her hand over the smooth, cool wood of the table. It was then she noticed the small, almost imperceptible shift. A hairline crack in the plaster of the ceiling above the stove had closed, the edges knitting together as if healing. She looked around, really looking, for the first time in weeks. The floorboards near the sink, which had always groaned underfoot, now lay silent and firm. The house was not decaying. It was settling, yes, but into a more perfect state of itself. It was being maintained, preserved, by the same presence that now inhabited her. She climbed the stairs, her feet making no sound. The cold spot at the top was gone. In its place was an even temperature, a seamless continuity. She entered the room that had been her grandmother's, a room she had avoided since moving in. It was sparsely furnished, dominated by a large bed with a heavy wooden frame. She lay down on it, not to sleep, but to feel. The pillow smelled faintly of lavender, not the dried, dusty scent of the sachets, but the living scent of the plant outside the window. As she lay there, a new memory surfaced. This one was not a violent intrusion, but a gentle unfolding, like a flower blooming in time-lapse. It was her grandmother, Eleanor, not as a severe old woman, but as a girl no older than 20, standing in this very room, looking out this same window. There was a profound sadness in her, a longing for a life beyond the trees, for a love that was not part of the bargain. But beneath the sadness was a layer of resignation, and beneath that, a deep, unshakable foundation of purpose. She was the keeper, was her duty. The memory was not accompanied by emotion. It was simply a fact, a page in a book she had already read. Callie understood then the final stage of the merging. The guest did not just want a host. It wanted a chronicler. It wanted its existence, its long, intertwined history with this family and this land, to be known and continued. Her own memories of her life before the house, the city apartment, the deadlines, the sound of traffic, the feel of Brian S. hand in hers were becoming like photographs in an album, flat and distant. They were stories about someone else. She rose from the bed and went to the window. Down below, at the edge of the lawn where the garden met the woods, she saw a fox standing perfectly still, its red coat vivid against the green. It was looking directly up at the window, its ears pricked. It did not startle or run. It simply looked, acknowledging her. Then it turned and melted soundlessly into the shadows beneath the trees. A sense of completeness settled over her. A final click of a key turning in a lock. There was no more fear, no more resistance. There was only the house, the land, and the long, slow passage of time. She was the house now, and the house was at peace. The days began to fold into one another, seamless and undemanding. Callie found she no longer needed to mark the passage of time on a calendar. The sun's arc across the sky and the subtle shifts in the wind were a sufficient clock. She started to sleep during the day and sit awake through the nights, feeling the house breathe around her in the dark. It was in these quiet hours that she felt the most connected, a single thread in a vast, silent tapestry. She began to notice other small changes. The old grandfather clock in the hall, which had been stubbornly silent for years, began to tick one evening, a soft, measured sound that was perfectly in rhythm with her own heartbeat. The portraits of stern-faced ancestors that lined the staircase seemed to look at her now not with judgment, but with a kind of weary recognition. Their eyes held the same quiet knowledge that now filled her own. One evening, she felt a pull to the attic. She hadn't been up there since the final confrontation in the root cellar. The space was different now. The air was still, but it was no longer heavy with secrets. It felt like a library, a repository of finished stories. She opened the trunk where she had found the journals. They were still there, but when she lifted the cover of the first one, the pages were blank. The frantic, ink-scratched words had vanished, as if they had been written in water. The story was no longer confined to paper. It was in her. She closed the trunk and went back downstairs. As she passed the gilt-framed mirror in the hallway, she did not pause or look away. Her reflection was her own again, but it was also more. The eyes that looked back at her were calm, deep pools that held the patience of centuries. There was no smile, no grimace, only a profound and untroubled acceptance. A letter arrived from Brian S. Lawyer. It was formal, concise, outlining the terms of the divorce he was seeking. The words were like pebbles dropped into a still pond. They created a brief ripple, and then the surface was smooth again. She felt a faint echo of the love she had once had for him, a ghost of an emotion, but it was overshadowed by a larger, more dominant truth. He belonged to the world of noise and motion, and she belonged to the quiet. She signed the papers without a second thought and mailed them back the same day. Seasons turned. Autumn painted the woods in fiery hues, and then the leaves fell, carpeting the ground in a crisp brown layer. Winter came, and with it, a deep snow that hushed the entire world. The house stood warm and secure against the cold, its old bones groaning contentedly in the frost. Callie would stand at the window, watching the snow fall, and feel the land sleeping beneath the white blanket. She felt no loneliness. She was not alone. She was part of the sleep, part of the dream the land was dreaming. One morning in early spring, she was in the garden, her hands buried in the cool, damp earth, tending to the first green shoots. A car she didn't recognize came slowly up the drive. A man got out, middle-aged, with a kind, uncertain face. He introduced himself as a distant cousin, the son of one of her grandmother's sisters. He had been going through his mother's things after her passing, and found some old photographs he thought Callie might like to have. He seemed nervous, standing there on the gravel, his eyes darting toward the silent house. Callie took the small album from him. She thanked him, her voice soft and even. He lingered for a moment, as if expecting an invitation for coffee, a snippet of family gossip, a sign of normal life. But Callie just stood, waiting. The silence stretched, becoming palpable. The man cleared his throat, mumbled a goodbye, and retreated to his car, visibly relieved to be leaving. Callie went inside and placed the album on the kitchen table. She did not open it immediately. There was no rush. The past was not something to be revisited. It was something she inhabited. Later, as the moon rose, she sat and slowly turned the pages. There were pictures of her grandmother as a young woman, of her mother as a child, images she had never seen. But they stirred no grief, no longing. They were simply confirmations. She saw the same quiet in their eyes, the same acceptance of the path laid out for them. They were all links in the same unbreakable chain. She closed the album and looked out at the night. The woods were a dark silhouette against the starry sky. She knew, with a certainty that needed no explanation, that she would never leave this house. Her body would eventually fail, as all bodies do, and she would become part of the quiet, part of the presence that watched over the land. And in time, another would come, a daughter of the blood, drawn by a pull she could not name. The cycle would continue. The guest would have a new host, the house a new keeper. The bargain would endure. It was, she thought, as she felt the deep, slow pulse of the house around her, a perfect and endless kind of life. The summer that followed was the quietest of all. The air grew thick and warm, heavy with the scent of blooming jasmine that climbed the side of the porch. Callie spent her evenings there, motionless in a wicker chair, her breathing so shallow it barely stirred the air. She was listening. The boundary between her thoughts and the whispers of the house had dissolved so completely that she often wasn't sure where one ended and the other began. It was a comfortable ambiguity. She found she could sense things beyond the property line. She felt the rumble of a tractor in a distant field as a vibration in her teeth. She knew when a deer ventured too close to the edge of the woods, feeling its cautious presence like a gentle pressure against her mind. The world was no longer a collection of separate things, but a single, interconnected organism, and she was its still, silent heart. One day, a faint, flickering signal of distress reached her. It was weak, a panicked pulse from the creek that ran along the back of the property. Without conscious thought, she rose and walked through the tall grass, her feet bare and soundless. She found a young raccoon, its leg trapped in the rusted jaws of an old trap, half submerged in the water. Its terror was a sharp, bright needle in the calm fabric of her awareness. Callie knelt. She did not feel pity, not in the human sense. It was more a recognition of a disruption in the order of things. The animal stopped struggling, its dark eyes wide, fixed on her. It was not calm. It was frozen by a primal instinct that told it something far greater than a predator was near. She reached down, her fingers brushing the cold, wet metal. The rust flaked away at her touch. With a quiet click, the mechanism released its grip. The raccoon scrambled free, limping badly, and vanished into the undergrowth. The sharp needle of its fear faded, replaced by the dull throb of its injury, which would soon become just another thread in the tapestry of the woods. Callie looked at the trap, a relic of a time when the land was fought against, not accepted. She left it in the creek, letting the water continue its slow work of reclaiming the iron. As she walked back to the house, she noticed a change. The wild roses by the back door, which had always bloomed a pale, washed-out pink, now held blossoms of a deep, velvety crimson. They were richer, more vibrant. It was as if the life of the place, no longer spent on maintaining a defensive perimeter, was turning inward, enhancing what was already there. The house itself seemed to glow with a soft, internal light under the afternoon sun. Its white paint looking less peeled and more like the weathered hide of an ancient, living creature. That night, she had a dream or something like it. It was not a memory from the guest, nor a fear from her own past. It was a simple, clear image, a sapling oak tree, no taller than her knee, pushing its way up through the floorboards in the root cellar. It was not a vision of decay, but of growth. The roots of the house were sinking deeper, intertwining with the very bedrock, and new life was rising from within. She woke with the image etched behind her eyes. She went down to the cellar, something she had not done since the night with Brian. The air was cool and smelt cleanly of earth and stone. And there, in a corner where the dirt floor was exposed, was the sapling. It was real. Its leaves were a tender, brilliant green in the beam of her flashlight. She did not pull it out. She simply nodded, acknowledging its right to be there. She understood then the final, unspoken term of the bargain. It was not just about protection or preservation. It was about synthesis. The guest was not a parasite. It was a symbiont. In exchange for a vessel, it gave not just safety, but a profound unity with the world. The loneliness that had haunted her family for generations was an echo of a time when they had fought this union, when they had still believed they were separate. She felt no such struggle. The silence within her was not empty. It was full. She returned to the kitchen and made a cup of tea. The moon was high, casting a silver path through the window and across the floor. Callie Vance sat at the table, her hands wrapped around the warm cup, and waited for the dawn. There was no difference between waiting and living. It was all the same. She was home. The first light of dawn was not a sudden arrival, but a gradual softening of the darkness, a gentle exhalation from the land. Callie watched it from the kitchen window, the steam from her tea rising in a thin, straight column, undisturbed by any draft. The world outside emerged from the gloom, each leaf and blade of grass sharpening into focus. A rabbit hopped across the lawn, pausing to nibble at the clover, its movements unhurried and assured. It was part of the pattern, just as she was. Later that morning, a different kind of disturbance reached her, not from the woods or the fields, but from the road. It was the sound of an engine, new and unfamiliar, a dissonant buzz against the quiet hum. A car she had never seen before, a sleek silver sedan, pulled up and parked near the gate. A man and a woman got out, dressed in crisp city clothes. They carried a folder and a measuring device of some kind. They did not come to the door. Instead, they walked the perimeter of the property, pointing at the house, at the woods, speaking in low, serious tones that carried to her on the still air. Callie felt a ripple pass through the silence around her, a subtle tightening, like the skin of a drum. The man took a photograph of the house, and the click of the shutter was a small, violent sound. She knew what they were: developers, surveyors. They saw a neglected property on a large parcel of land. They saw potential for something else, something that was not part of the pattern. She remained inside, watching from the shadows of the front room. There was no anger in her, no anxiety. There was only a deep, certain knowledge. They were not welcome. The man approached the first of the old oak trees that marked the true beginning of the property. He reached out to touch the bark, perhaps to assess its size or health. As his fingers made contact, he jerked his hand back with a sharp intake of breath, shaking it as if stung. He looked around, confused. The woman asked him what was wrong. He could only shrug, examining his unmarked skin. They did not stay long. The atmosphere, which they would later describe to each other as strangely heavy and oppressive, discouraged lingering. They got back into their car and drove away, the sound of their engine fading until it was swallowed by the natural sounds of the day. The ripple in the silence smoothed over. The house had defended itself. She had defended it. There was no difference. That evening, as a soft rain began to fall, she felt a new sensation, a gentle tugging deep within her. It was not a memory or a thought, but a physical feeling, a quickening. She placed a hand on her abdomen, a gesture that felt both new and ancient. She understood. The cycle was preparing for its next turn. The guest was not just a presence, it was a lineage. The knowledge settled into her with a quiet finality. There would be no doctors, no announcements. It was a process, as natural and inevitable as the turning of the seasons. Another thread being woven into the tapestry. She went to the root cellar and stood before the young oak sapling. It seemed to have grown taller in just a day, its leaves a darker, more resilient green. She could feel its roots spreading, communicating with the foundation of the house, with the ancient stones beneath. It was all one system. She was part of it, and soon there would be another. The silence within her was not a void, but a cradle, and for the first time in a very long time, a sound escaped her lips, not a word, but a soft, sighing breath that was the very essence of contentment. The rain fell harder, a soothing drumming on the earth above, and the house stood firm and dry, a sanctuary in the gently weeping night. The rain continued for 3 days, a steady, soaking downpour that filled the creek and deepened the green of the woods. Callie moved through the house with a new awareness of the life budding within her. It was not a separate thing, but an extension of the same quiet force that animated the house and the land. She felt a profound, physical connection to the place, as if her own veins were the hidden waterways and her bones the foundation stones. A week after the surveyors had come, an official-looking letter arrived. It was a formal offer to purchase the property, citing its considerable acreage and potential for a tasteful residential development. The number written there was large, a sum that would have once seemed like freedom to her. Now, it was just ink on paper, a meaningless scribble from a world that no longer had any claim on her. She did not burn the letter or tear it up. She simply placed it on the small table by the front door, where it was soon buried under a layer of dust and a few dried petals that had drifted in from the garden. It was not a refusal. It was an irrelevance. Her days took on a new rhythm centered around the small, silent growth inside her. She ate what the garden provided, her cravings shifting with the availability of the seasons. She slept when she was tired, her dreams filled with images of deep roots and clear, running water. Sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, she would feel a presence beside her, not as a separate entity, but as a warmth that filled the room, a watchful, ancient tenderness that was the guest, the house, the land, all together. It was a feeling of being utterly protected. One afternoon, she was gathering late summer apples from the gnarled tree behind the house when she saw a young woman standing at the edge of the woods. She was maybe 19 or 20, with dark hair and a familiar, hesitant posture. She was looking at the house with an expression of deep confusion and a flicker of recognition. Callie knew who she was without being told. A second cousin, perhaps, a branch of the family tree that had strayed far from the roots. The girl felt the pull, but she was fighting it. Her life was elsewhere, full of noise and possibility. Callie stood still, holding an apple in her hand. She made no gesture, offered no greeting. This was not her task. The bargain would work its own way. If the girl was meant to come, she would. If not, she would leave, and the memory of this place would become a strange, half-forgotten dream. After a long while, the girl shivered, shoved her hands into her pockets, and turned away, disappearing back into the trees. Callie felt a faint echo of the girl's relief, and then it was gone. The silence closed back in, undisturbed, As her pregnancy progressed, the house seemed to grow more protective. The floorboards never creaked under her feet. The doors always opened smoothly. A constant, gentle warmth emanated from the walls, warding off the first chills of autumn. She spent hours in the rocking chair by the fireplace, her hands resting on her swollen belly, feeling the tiny, insistent kicks that were like echoes of the house's own quiet pulse. The labor began on a night of the full harvest moon. There was no panic, no rush to call for help that would never come. It was a slow, powerful tide moving through her, a natural force as inevitable as the moon pulling the ocean. She went to the root cellar, drawn by an instinct older than memory. The sapling oak was now as tall as she was, its leaves brushing the low ceiling. The air was thick with the smell of rich earth and life. The pain was immense, but it was not suffering. It was a transformation. She felt the history of all the women who had come before her in this house, their strength flowing into her. She felt the guest, a steady, supporting presence, holding her, guiding her. And when her daughter was born into the quiet darkness of the cellar, the first sound the infant made was not a cry, but a soft, gurgling coo. The sapling tree seemed to shiver, its leaves rustling in a silent celebration. Callie cleaned the child with water from the old pump and wrapped her in a soft, worn blanket that had been her grandmother S. She carried her upstairs into the moonlit kitchen. The baby S eyes were open, and they were the same calm, deep pools that now looked back at Callie from the mirror. They held no fear, only a serene awareness. She sat in the rocking chair, the baby nestled against her chest. Through the window, she watched the moon begin its descent. She knew her own role was shifting. She was no longer just the keeper. She was the bridge, the teacher. The long, slow process of sharing the story, of weaving this new thread into the tapestry, was beginning. But for now, there was only the peace of the moonlit room, the soft sound of her daughter S breathing, and the deep, abiding silence of the house that was, and would always be, home. The baby did not have a name, not in the way the world outside would understand. Names were labels for separate things, and she was not separate. She was simply the next one. Callie sometimes thought of her as the seedling, a quiet acknowledgement of the tiny oak in the cellar, but mostly she was just her daughter. The child grew with a stillness that was unusual, her eyes taking in the shifting light of the rooms with a preternatural calm. She rarely cried. When she was hungry or uncomfortable, she would simply stir, and Callie would know. Autumn deepened, and the woods blazed with color. Callie would walk the paths with the baby strapped to her chest, the little head tucked under her chin. She pointed out the trees, the birds, the way the light fell through the branches, not with words, but with a flow of quiet attention. The baby watched, her small hand sometimes curling around a lock of Callie's hair. The guest was a soft hum in the background of their days, a warmth that enveloped them both. It was not apparent, but it was a part of their existence, as constant as the air. One afternoon, as they sat on the porch watching a flock of geese arrow south across the sky, a car slowed on the road. It was the same silver sedan. It did not stop, but it paused, and Callie felt the woman from the surveyor's office looking at them. She felt a brief, sharp spike of curiosity from the woman, mixed with a strange, unwarranted pity. The woman saw a young mother alone in a dilapidated house, a picture of isolation. She could not see the deep, intricate web of connection that bound the woman, the child, and the land into a single, unbreakable whole. The car moved on, and the feeling faded. A pebble dropped into a deep, still pond. Winter came early, with a silence of its own. Snow fell, blanketing the fields and weighing down the pine boughs. The house was warm, the fire in the hearth burning with a steady, enduring flame. Callie began to speak to her daughter, not in sentences, but in a low, melodic stream of sounds that were part lullaby and part history. She spoke of the strength of the stones, the patience of the trees, the quiet wisdom of the guest. The baby would watch her mouth, her eyes serious, as if absorbing the meaning beneath the sounds. On the longest night of the year, Callie took her daughter down to the root cellar. The oak tree was now a young tree, its trunk thick and sturdy, its branches pressing against the ceiling, as if yearning for a sky it would never see. It was part of the house now, its roots inextricable from the foundation. Callie placed the baby's small hand on the rough bark. The baby gurgled, her fingers splaying against the tree. For a moment, Callie felt a new connection snap into place, a fresh, bright thread in the tapestry. The tree seemed to sigh, its leaves trembling in the still air. That spring, when the first wildflowers pushed through the thawing ground, Callie's daughter took her first steps. She did not stumble toward Callie's outstretched arms. Instead, she walked steadily to the kitchen door and placed her palms flat against the wood, feeling the vibration of the world outside. She turned and looked at her mother, and in her eyes was not a child's curiosity, but a keeper's understanding. The cycle was turning. The bargain was secure. Callie smiled, a rare, true smile that softened her face. There was no need for words. The house held them both, and the woods waited, and the long, quiet life continued. The years began to fold into one another with the quiet rhythm of the seasons. The girl grew, her hair the color of winter wheat, and her silence as deep as the well behind the house. She learned the paths of the woods not by being taught, but by feeling her way, her small feet finding the dear trails as if she had always known them. She and the young oak in the cellar seemed to share a secret growth, each measuring the other's progress. The tree's branches had long since woven themselves into the ceiling beams, becoming part of the house's structure, a living pillar in the dark, cool earth. Callie watched her daughter's integration with a sense of fulfillment that was as steady as the sunrise. Her own hair began to show threads of silver, not with age, but with a kind of weathering, like the silvery gray of the cedar shakes on the roof. She was still the keeper, but she could feel the weight of that responsibility beginning to subtly shift, preparing to be shared. The guest within her was a calm, deep pool, its presence now so intertwined with her own consciousness that she rarely thought of it as separate. It was simply her, and the land, and the house, When the girl was 7, a storm came, different from any other. It was a hurricane that had clawed its way far inland, a dying beast that still had terrible strength. The wind did not whisper or moan, it screamed. The rain fell not in drops, but in solid sheets of water. From the safety of the kitchen, they watched the woods thrash and writhe. An ancient pine, struck by a bolt of lightning that cracked the sky in two, groaned and began to fall, its roots tearing from the sodden ground. It was falling toward the house. Callie felt a surge of alarm, a sharp, human fear for her daughter. But before she could even form a thought, the girl stepped forward and placed her small hands on the window pane. She did not speak. She simply looked out at the falling giant. And the house responded. A network of vines, thick as a man's wrist and covered in thorns that Callie had never seen before, shot up from the ground with impossible speed. They wrapped around the trunk of the pine, not to stop its fall, but to guide it, to cushion its descent. The tree landed with a ground-shaking thud, but its branches stopped a foot short of the roof. It lay there, cradled by the thorny vines, as the storm raged on around it. In the sudden quiet that followed the thunderclap, Callie looked at her daughter. The girl turned from the window, her face serene. There was no pride in her expression, only a quiet acknowledgement of a task completed. The house had defended itself, and she had been its will. The bargain was no longer just an understanding. It was an active, living force in the next generation. The morning after the storm revealed a changed landscape. The downed pine was already being explored by squirrels and insects, a new feature of the woods. The thorny vines had withered away to dust, their purpose served. As Callie and her daughter walked the property assessing the damage, they found no other real harm. A few smaller branches were down, and the creek had overflowed its banks, leaving behind a gift of rich, dark silt. They came to the edge of the property, where the old stone wall marked the boundary. A section of the wall had been knocked over by the floodwaters. As they began to clear the scattered stones, Callie's daughter stopped, her attention caught by something half buried in the mud. It was a stone, different from the others. It was smoother, flatter, and on its surface were faint, weathered carvings, a spiral that mirrored the one on the hearthstone inside, and beside it, the unmistakable shape of a tree. It was a marker, a testament from a time before the wall, before even the house. A message from the first ones who had made the bargain. The girl ran her fingers over the carvings, her touch reverent. She looked up at Callie, and for the first time she spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it was clear, like the sound of the creek over stones. "It remembers," she said. Callie felt a shiver that was not from the cold. It was the shiver of history settling into its proper place. She nodded. "It always has." Together, they lifted the carved stone and set it upright again at the head of the fallen wall. It stood as a new sentinel, a reminder that some agreements are written not on paper, but in the very bones of the earth. The girl placed her hand on the spiral, and Callie placed hers over her daughter S. The sun broke through the clouds, warming the stone, and the silence around them was not empty, but complete. The discovery of the stone marked a turning point. Earl, who had been so quiet, now seemed to listen with a new intensity, not just to the woods and the house, but to the stories Callie began to tell. They were not stories with a beginning, middle, and end, but fragments of feeling and image passed down through the long line of keepers. She spoke of the first woman who had found the clearing and felt the presence waiting, of the winters so deep the house was buried in snow, of the travelers who had come and gone, some leaving a trace, others fading like mist. The girl absorbed it all, her serious eyes rarely leaving her mother-s face. She began to spend more time alone in the root cellar, sitting with the oak tree. Callie would sometimes stand at the top of the stairs and listen to the soft, murmuring sound that was not quite a voice, a conversation happening in a language of roots and silence. One evening in late summer, with the air thick and sweet with the scent of goldenrod, the girl did not come in for supper. Callie felt no alarm. She walked the property, her senses extended, and found her daughter by the restored stone wall. The girl was standing perfectly still, facing the deep woods. The light was fading, and the shadows between the trees were pooling into a solid darkness. Callie stood beside her and followed her gaze. At first, she saw nothing. Then, a shape detached itself from the gloom. It was a stag, an old monarch with a massive rack of antlers. He was not like the other deer that sometimes browsed at the edge of the field. He stood with an unnerving stillness, his dark eyes fixed not on the women, but on the house behind them. He took a step forward, then another, his hooves making no sound on the soft earth. He walked past them as if they were trees, his regal head held high. He did not stop until he reached the front porch. There, he lowered his head and sniffed at the bottom of the door, a long, deep inhalation. Then, he turned and melted back into the forest. The girl looked at Callie, her expression unreadable. "He came to see if it was time," she said. Callie felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. She knew what the stag was. It was not an animal, not truly. It was another kind of keeper, an old one, from a time when the bargain was newer and the world was wilder. Its visit was an omen, a question. Time for what? Callie asked, though she feared she knew the answer. Earl did not reply. Instead, she turned and walked back toward the house. Her small shoulders seemed to carry a new weight. That night, Callie lay awake, listening. The house was quiet, but it was a waiting quiet. The guest within her was restless, a slow, deep stirring like a river changing its course. She thought of the stag, a sovereign of the deep woods, acknowledging the sovereignty of the house. It was a reminder that their domain was not the only one, and that all cycles, no matter how long, must eventually turn. The next morning, the girl was not in her bed. Callie found her in the kitchen, standing on a chair to reach the highest shelf. She was holding a small wooden box that Callie had not opened in years. It contained a few trinkets from her life before, a world that now seemed like a story someone else had told her. The girl opened the box and took out a tarnished silver locket. She held it in her palm, then closed her fingers around it. When she opened her hand, the locket was gone, replaced by a single, perfect acorn. She held it out to Callie. "For the next one," she said. Callie took the acorn. It felt warm and full of potential. She understood then. The bargain did not just preserve, it prepared. The house, the land, the guest, they were already looking past her daughter, toward the future. The stag had not come to see if it was time for her to go, but to see if the next keeper was ready to begin her watch. She looked at her daughter, whose eyes held the same ancient calm as the stag's, and knew that the answer was yes. The long preparation was over. The true teaching was about to begin. Story 3. The first thing Lena noticed was the silence. It was not the peaceful quiet of a sleeping house, but a thick, listening silence, as if the very air had paused to hold its breath. She was standing at the kitchen sink, her hands submerged in water gone lukewarm, staring out the black window at a night that offered no reflection. And then it came, a sensation like a cold finger tracing a path down each individual vertebra of her spine. She was not alone. Someone or something was in the room with her, watching from the shadows just beyond the archway that led to the living room. Her skin tightened, her breath caught in her throat, a small, trapped bird. She turned slowly, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. The archway was empty. The living room was a tableau of deep blues and grays, the furniture hunched and shapeless. There was nothing there, but the feeling remained, a pressure against the back of her skull, a certainty that eyes were upon her, eyes that did not blink. She told herself it was fatigue. Jocelyn, her daughter, had been having night terrors again. For 3 weeks, the girl's screams had torn through the house at precisely 2:17 in the morning, a sound so raw and full of a terror that was not a child's, that Lena's blood would turn to ice water. The pediatrician had called it parasomnia, a phase, and prescribed a gentle sleep aid that had done nothing but make Jocelyn's waking hours sluggish and vague. But this feeling, this watchfulness, was new. It clung to her as she finished the dishes, as she checked the locks on the doors, as she climbed the stairs, each step a conscious effort against the weight of that unseen gaze. She paused outside Jocelyn's door, her ear pressed to the cool wood. No sound came from within. She pushed the door open just enough to see her daughter's small form outlined beneath the comforter, the gentle rise and fall of her breathing. Moonlight filtered through the window, painting a silver rectangle on the floorboards, and in that rectangle, something seemed to shift. A coalescence of shadow that was deeper than the rest, a suggestion of a shape that was tall and impossibly thin. Lena blinked, and it was gone. Just the play of light and the branches of the old oak tree outside, she told herself. Just her tired mind stitching monsters from the dark. The next morning, Jocelyn sat at the breakfast table, pushing soggy cereal around in her bowl. She was 8, a child usually so full of a bright, kinetic energy that she seemed to vibrate. Now she was still, her movements slow and deliberate. Her eyes, the color of a summer sky, looked faded, as if a film had been drawn over them. Not hungry, sweetie?" Lena asked, trying to keep her voice light. Jocelyn looked up, but not at her mother. Her gaze was fixed on a point somewhere over Lena S.'s shoulder, near the top of the kitchen doorway. "He doesn't tea like the noise," she said, her voice a flat monotone. "Who doesn't tea, honey?" "The tall man. He says the clinking is too loud." Jocelyn S.'s head tilted to one side, a bird-like gesture that was utterly alien. "He very thin. He has to fold himself up to fit in the corners." Lena S.'s blood ran cold. She turned to look at the empty doorway, then back at her daughter S.'s placid face. "An imaginary friend," she thought desperately. "A vivid dream." But the words, spoken with such casual certainty, echoed the sensation from the night before the tall, thin presence in the moonlight. She forced a smile. "Well, we can be quieter for your friend." As the days bled into one another, the abnormality in the house grew, not with shouts or flying furniture, but with a slow, insidious seepage. The air grew heavy and cold in certain rooms. Particularly Jocelyn S., the smell would come and go. A faint odor of damp earth and something metallic, like old coins or blood. Jocelyn S.'s behavior became a collection of unsettling fragments. Lena would find her standing perfectly still in the hallway, staring at a blank wall for minutes on end. She began to draw, not the sons and stick-figure families of before, but intricate, spiraling patterns that looked like chaotic mathematical equations. And tall, spindly figures with elongated limbs and faces that were either blank or filled with too many eyes. She would hum a tune that was at once familiar and deeply wrong, a nursery rhyme played on a broken music box. Lena S.'s husband, Mark, was a pragmatic man, an engineer who dealt in concrete facts and measurable data. He saw stress, overactive imaginations, a child acting out for attention. He tried to joke about it, to lighten the oppressive atmosphere. "Come on, Lynn, it's a phase." Remember when she was convinced the closet was full of alligators? But his jokes fell flat, and Lena could see the doubt beginning to crease the corners of his eyes. He started working later, finding reasons to stay at the office, away from the chilling silence and the feeling of being a guest in his own home. The breaking point came on a Tuesday. Lena was reading to Jocelyn before bed, a simple story about a lost kitten. Jocelyn was not listening. She was tracing the patterns on her wallpaper with a small, pale finger. "Mommy," she interrupted, her voice a whisper. "What does it feel like when the bones break?" Lena stopped reading, the book heavy in her lap. "What, honey? What bones?" "His bones. He says they sound like dry twigs. He wants me to know." Jocelyn looked at her then, and for a terrifying second, her eyes were not her own. The blue seemed to recede, replaced by a flat, ancient blackness, a void that held no light and no childlike innocence. A smile stretched across her face, a cruel, knowing mockery of joy. "He's been waiting a long time for a little key." Lena stumbled from the room, her heart hammering. She called the doctor again, then a child psychologist. They used words like psychosis and dissociative disorder. They prescribed stronger medications. The medications did nothing. If anything, they seemed to provide a clearer channel for whatever was inside Jocelyn. The night terrors worsened, now accompanied by a guttural, rasping voice that issued from her daughter's throat, speaking in a language that was all sibilants and grinding consonants. Objects in her room would be found moved, not thrown, but deliberately placed in strange, altar-like arrangements. Her dolls arranged in a circle, their heads twisted backwards. A collection of dead flies arranged on her windowsill in a spiral pattern. Mark could no longer explain it away. The fear had sunk its teeth into him, too. They were drowning, and science was offering them a teaspoon to bail out the ocean. It was a family friend, a woman with a deep interest in local folklore, who hesitantly mentioned the name of a man, not a doctor, a priest. His name was Josiah. Father Josiah arrived on a rain-swept afternoon. He was an old man, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, but his eyes were a sharp, piercing blue that missed nothing. He was accompanied by a younger man, Father Channing, whose face was pale and tense, his hands clutching a small, leather-bound book as if it were a lifeline. Josiah moved through the house slowly, his presence calm and assessing. He didn't need to be told where to go. He seemed to feel the cold spots, to sense the paths of the invisible current that flowed through the halls. He stood for a long time in Jocelyn's room, saying nothing, just breathing in the stale, metallic air. Lena and Mark told him everything, the words tumbling out in a desperate flood. Josiah listened, his expression grave. When they were finished, he said, "What you describe is not an illness. An illness attacks the body, the mind. This is an invasion, a presence that seeks to displace, to occupy." "A demon?" Mark asked, his voice cracking with a mixture of hope and terror. A demon was something he could fight. A brain chemical imbalance was a ghost. A label is a dangerous thing, Josiah said, his gaze drifting towards the ceiling, towards the room above. It can be a cage for a thing that will not be caged. Let us simply say it is a force, a will, and it has chosen your daughter as its vessel. It finds her agreeable. Father Channing flinched. "The right, then," he whispered. "There are no other options," Josiah said, his voice heavy. "The door is already open. We must try to close it." The ritual was not the dramatic, cinematic affair Lena had half expected. It was a long, grueling ordeal of prayer and invocation that stretched through the night. They gathered in Jocelyn's room. The girl was restrained on her bed, not struggling, but watching them with a cool, detached amusement. The air grew thick and cold enough to see their breath. Josiah began to speak in Latin, his voice a steady, resonant drumbeat against the growing pressure in the room. Channing tried to follow, but his voice was thin, reedy, faltering, whenever Jocelyn's head would loll towards him, and that dark, empty gaze would fix upon him. As the hours wore on, the entity made itself known. It was not a single voice, but a chorus of whispers that that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, layered over Jocelyn's childish rasp. The room's temperature plummeted. The drawings on the wall seemed to writhe and shift in the candlelight. A profound sense of hatred, old and bottomless, filled the space, a psychic wave that made Lena want to vomit. Josiah never wavered. He pressed on, his prayers becoming commands, his face shining with a mixture of sweat and a fierce, desperate light. The climax came as a physical shock. Jocelyn's body arched off the bed, her spine bending at an impossible angle. A roar, deep and multi-toned, erupted from her small frame, a sound that contained the fury of storms and the desolation of empty spaces. It was the sound of the void itself. The windows rattled in their frames. Channing cried out and stumbled back, his faith shattered by the sheer, tangible reality of the evil before him. He fled the room, his prayers dying on his lips. But Josiah stood his ground, alone now, an old man facing down an ancient storm. He raised a hand, not in a gesture of blessing, but of defiance. He spoke a single, guttural word, a name that was not a name, a sound that hurt the ears to hear it. For a moment, there was absolute silence. Then, Jocelyn collapsed back onto the bed, limp. The oppressive weight in the room vanished. The cold began to recede. A faint, gray light of dawn touched the window. Lena rushed to her daughter's side. Jocelyn's eyes were closed, her breathing even and deep. She looked like a child again, just a sleeping child. The horrible knowledge was gone from her face. Josiah slumped into a chair, his body trembling with exhaustion. "It is done," he breathed. "It is gone." Weeks passed. The house was quiet. The silence was no longer a listening one, but the gentle, healing quiet of peace. Jocelyn was herself again, her laughter ringing through the halls, her drawings filled with suns and flowers. Mark returned to his old self, the fear a receding nightmare. They never spoke of what had happened. It was a wound they all agreed, silently, to let scar over. Lena allowed herself to believe it was over. She wanted to believe it more than anything in the world. Then one evening, she was putting away laundry in Jocelyn's room. Jocelyn was outside, playing on the swing set. As Lena folded a small sweater, her hand brushed against something wedged between the mattress and the headboard of the bed. She pulled it out. It was one of Jocelyn's drawings, an old one from the height of it all. It was the tall, thin man. But this time, he was not alone. Standing next to him, holding his elongated, shadowy hand, was a smaller figure. A girl with yellow crayon hair. And from the girl's eyes, Jocelyn had carefully drawn 2 small, black tears. Tears that dripped down onto a tiny, smiling mouth. A coldness touched Lena's heart. She looked out the window. Jocelyn was swinging, going higher and higher, her head thrown back into light. The setting sun cast a long, thin shadow from the swing set across the lawn. And for a moment, as Jocelyn reached the apex of her swing, silhouetted against the orange sky, her shadow on the grass did not look like the shadow of a child at all. It was stretched, distorted. a tall, spindly outline that seemed to wave just once before the swing descended, and the image resolved itself back into normality. Lena stood frozen, the drawing crumpling in her fist. The thing that had spoken through her daughter, the force that Josiah had fought with such terrible cost. What if he had not banished it? What if he had merely angered it? What if it had not been driven out, but had instead burrowed deeper, hiding itself away in the darkest, most secret corners of its little key, waiting, patient, learning how to better wear the skin of a child? The thought was a splinter of ice in her mind, a secret she knew she would never, ever share. She watched her daughter swing back and forth, a perfect, normal rhythm against the dying of the light. And she knew, with a certainty that was worse than any sudden scream, that they were all still being watched. Lena forced her fingers to relax, smoothing the crumpled drawing against her leg. She folded it carefully, hiding the terrible image within the folds of the sweater, and placed it in the drawer. Her movements were automatic, a shell of normalcy moving through the motions of tidying up. All the while, her eyes were fixed on the window, on her daughter swinging with abandon. She made her way downstairs, each step an effort. The kitchen was warm, bathed in the golden light of the evening. Mark was at the table, sorting through the mail. He looked up and smiled, a genuine, unburdened smile that now struck Lena as tragically naive. "She's having a blast out there," he said, gesturing with an envelope towards the window. "It's good to see." "Yes," Lena said, her voice sounding thin and far away. "It's good to see." She busied herself with making dinner, the clatter of pots and pans a shield against the silence growing inside her head. She tried to convince herself she was seeing things, that the shadow was a trick of the late afternoon light, that the drawing was just a relic, a last vestige of a bad dream that Jocelyn herself had forgotten. But the feeling was back, that cold, specific pressure at the base of her skull. The house was holding its breath again. During dinner, Jocelyn chattered about school, about a new friend named Samuel. She was vibrant, her cheeks flushed from the cool air. She ate all her peas without complaint. She was the picture of health. Lena watched her every gesture, listened to every word, searching for a crack, a slip, a hint of that flat, ancient voice. There was nothing. Later, after Jocelyn was bathed and stories were read, Lena tucked her into bed. Jocelyn smelled of soap and childhood. She wrapped her arms around Lena's neck. "I love you, Mommy." "I love you too, my sweet girl," Lena whispered, her throat tight. She kissed her forehead and turned out the light, leaving the door open a crack. She stood in the hallway for a long time, just listening. The house was quiet, too quiet. She found herself walking back to Jocelyn's room, pushing the door open silently. Moonlight, just like before, fell across the floor. Jocelyn was asleep, her breathing soft and regular. Lena's eyes scanned the room from corner to corner. Empty. Just a child's room. She was about to leave when a sound stopped her. It was very faint, a soft, rhythmic scraping. It was coming from Jocelyn's bed. Lena crept closer, her heart thudding dully. Jocelyn was asleep, her face peaceful, but one of her hands was moving. Under the covers, her index finger was tracing a pattern on the sheet. Lena leaned down, her ear close to the bed. The scratching was deliberate. It wasn't a random twitch. It was a pattern, a spiral. Then a series of sharp, angular lines. A tall, thin man. Lena straightened up. A sob caught in her chest. She backed out of the room and fled down the stairs. She found Mark in the living room, watching television. She stood in the doorway, unable to speak. "Lynn, you okay?" he asked, muting the TV. "It has not gone, Mark," she whispered. The comfort on his face dissolved, replaced by weary dread. "Lena, not this again. Please. We Ray finally okay. She us okay. She us not." Lena's voice broke. "It us in there. It us just quieter now. It us hiding." Mark stood up and came to her, putting his hands on her shoulders. "It was a trauma. For all of us. What we went through at S going to leave marks. On us, on her. What you Ray seeing is the aftermath, not the thing itself." He was trying to be the anchor, the engineer solving a problem. But Lena could see the fear in his eyes, the fear that he was wrong. Didn't he want to believe? Believing meant going back into that nightmare. "I need to call Father Josiah," she said. "No," Mark said, his voice firm. "That man is the reason we almost lost her. All that chanting, that violence, it made it worse. We are not going back there. We are going to see a real doctor, a specialist. Tomorrow." He held her, and she let him, because she had no strength left to argue. But as she rested her head against his chest, she knew. A doctor would see a troubled child. They would adjust medications, recommend therapy. They would treat the symptoms because they could not see the cause. They would be bailing out the ocean with a teaspoon once more. The entity had learned. It had seen their defenses, their faith, their science. It had retreated not in defeat, but in strategy. It was nesting deep within the one thing they could not sacrifice, wearing her life like a perfect disguise. It was waiting. For what? Lena did not know. But the silence in the house was no longer peaceful. It was the silence of a predator that had learned the art of perfect stillness. And it was infinitely more terrifying than the roar. The next few days were a study in forced normalcy. Lena moved through the house like a ghost, her smile a fragile mask. She went through the motions of school runs and grocery shopping, all while her senses were stretched taut, listening, watching. She called the specialist Mark had insisted on, making an appointment for the following week. The woman on the phone had a calm, professional voice that offered no comfort. Jocelyn continued to be the model child. She was helpful, cheerful, even more articulate than before her illness. But Lena noticed small things, details that would be meaningless to anyone else. The way Jocelyn would sometimes pause before answering a question, as if consulting a silent source. The unnatural stillness that could come over her in the middle of a game, her gaze turning inward for a fraction of a second before she resumed play with a bright laugh. And the drawings had changed again. The suns and flowers remained. often bordered by those same intricate, spiraling patterns from before, woven into the edges of the paper like a subtle frame. Mark saw none of it, or he chose not to. He clung to the specialist appointment as their new lifeline, talking about breakthroughs in childhood anxiety disorders. Lena watched him and felt a chasm opening between them, wider and deeper than any they had faced before. They were living in two different realities. The truth revealed itself on a Thursday afternoon. Lena was in the garden pulling weeds from a flower bed. Jocelyn was sitting on the patio, coloring. A sudden, sharp cry made Lena look up. A small bird, a sparrow, had flown into the kitchen window and lay stunned on the patio stones. Lena stood, ready to go and help the creature, but Jocelyn was faster. She dropped her crayon and walked over to the bird. She didn't reach for it with a child's curious pity. She stood over it, looking down. Then she knelt. Lena watched, frozen, as her daughter's small hand reached out, not to gently touch, but to press one finger against the bird's rapidly rising and falling chest. She held it there. A moment passed. The bird's frantic movements ceased. It lay utterly still. Jocelyn leaned closer, her head cocked. Lena heard it then, a whisper so faint it was almost carried away on the breeze, a sibilant thread of sound that did not belong in her daughter's mouth. See, so easy, just a little silence. Jocelyn stood up, brushed off her knees, and walked back to her coloring book as if nothing had happened. The bird was dead. Lena stared at its small, inert body, then at her daughter's serene profile. There was no cruelty in her expression, no malice. There was nothing at all. It was the placid emptiness of a deep, still pond. Lena did not move. The sun was warm on her back, but she felt colder than she had ever felt in her life. This was not a phase. This was not an illness. This was a possession so complete, so insidious, that the thing inside had learned to mimic humanity perfectly. It had learned that overt horror would be fought, but quiet, hidden cruelty, that could be overlooked, explained away. It was in that moment that Lena understood the true nature of their enemy. It was not a demon of rage and noise. It was a patient, intelligent parasite. And it was not just hiding within her daughter. It was growing, learning. It had killed the bird not for sport, but as an experiment, a quiet rehearsal. For what? She dared not imagine. She looked at her hands, covered in garden soil, and knew that doctors and medicine were useless. They were dealing with a different kind of sickness altogether. Father Josiah had failed not because his faith was weak, but because the thing he faced was stronger, smarter. It had retreated only to evolve. Lena knew what she had to do. It was a path that offered no hope, only a terrible final choice. She had to find a way to fight it alone, to find its weakness. And she had to do it before Mark S. well-intentioned blindness and the specialist S. prescriptions sealed their fate forever. The war was not over. It had just entered a new, and far more dangerous, phase. The bird-S body was a small, dark stain on the pale stone. Lena forced herself to look away, to pick up her trowel and resume weeding with a calm she did not feel. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in its own cage. She could feel Jocelyn's presence on the patio, a focus of unnatural stillness in the sunny afternoon. "Mommy, I am finished coloring," Jocelyn called out, her voice sweet and clear. Lena turned. Her daughter was holding up a picture. It was a house, their house, with a smiling sun in the sky. But the windows of the house were drawn as dark, hollow squares, and from the chimney curled a wisp of black crayon smoke that looked unmistakably like a grasping hand. "It's beautiful, honey," Lena said, her voice strangled. "Why don't you go wash your hands for a snack?" Jocelyn skipped inside, leaving the drawing on the patio table. Lena waited until the back door clicked shut. Then she walked over, picked up the dead sparrow with a trembling hand, and buried it quickly at the edge of the garden. She tore the drawing into tiny pieces, scattering them into the compost bin. These were not actions of victory, but of containment, like sweeping up evidence of a crime she could never report. That night, after Jocelyn was asleep and Mark was absorbed in his laptop, Lena went into the garage. In a dusty box of old college textbooks, she found what she was looking for: a slender volume on local folklore she had bought on a whim years ago. She took it to the basement, away from the warm, lit rooms of the house, away from the sleeping thing that wore her daughter's face. The book was full of superstitions about warding off evil eyes and appeasing household spirits. It felt foolish, pathetic, but she was past pride. She read about salt lines, about iron nails driven into door frames, about bundles of sage. These were the weapons of the desperate, the ones who had no priests or doctors left to turn to. She had no faith in them, but she had even less faith in doing nothing. The next day, while Mark was at work and Jocelyn was at school, she drove to a shop in the old part of town, a place that sold crystals and incense. She bought a bundle of dried sage and a bag of sea salt, her face burning with a mixture of shame and determination. The woman at the counter smiled serenely, unaware that the sage was not for cleansing negative energy from a new home, but for trying to scour a demon from a child's soul. Back home, she felt like a trespasser in her own life. She waited until evening. Then, under the guise of a deep clean, she began. She sprinkled a fine line of salt across every windowsill. She pushed a single iron nail into the top of Jocelyn's bedroom doorframe, hidden from view. She felt like a madwoman, performing a useless, secret ritual. When she finally lit the sage, letting the smoke curl through the rooms, Jocelyn, who was watching cartoons in the living room, sniffed the air. "What's that smell, Mommy?" she asked, without looking away from the screen. "Just some incense, sweetie, to make the house smell nice." Jocelyn was silent for a moment. Then she said, her voice casual, "It smells like fire, like something burning." A cold dread trickled down Lena's spine. She extinguished the sage. The experiment was over. It was worse than useless. It was a signal. She had shown her hand, and the thing in her daughter had noticed. The specialist appointment came and went. Dr. Evans was a kind woman with intelligent eyes. She spoke to Jocelyn alone, then to Lena and Mark together. She used words like PTSD and dissociative episodes. She suggested a low-dose anti-anxiety medication and play therapy. Mark nodded along, relieved to have a plan, a scientific framework. Lena sat silently, her hands clenched in her lap. She looked at Dr. Evans and saw a woman trying to fix a broken clock with a bandage. She was treating the twitching hands, oblivious to the rotten, malevolent gears grinding within. On the drive home, Mark reached over and squeezed her hand. "See," he said softly. "We ray on the right path now." Lena nodded, unable to speak. She looked out the window at the passing houses, each one a shell containing its own private universe of joy or sorrow. She thought of the dead bird, of the whispered words, of the hidden nail and the scattered salt. They were not on a path to healing. They were on a path of managed decline, of politely ignoring the rot until the whole structure collapsed. And she was the only one who could see the cracks widening in the foundations. Her secret knowledge was a lead weight in her chest, and she knew, with a certainty that was absolute, that the time for watching was over. The time for a different kind of fight was about to begin. The fight began not with a bang, but with a whisper from the heating vent. Lena was in the kitchen, mechanically washing the dinner dishes, when she heard it. A soft, sing-song chant drifting up from the basement. It was Jocelyn S.'s voice, but the cadence was all wrong, a lilting, ancient rhythm. Little nail in the door. Can T keep out? What S been here before? Lena dropped a plate into the soapy water. It sank without breaking. She stood, hands dripping, listening to the silence that followed. The house seemed to be waiting. She walked to the basement door and pulled it open. The darkness below was absolute. "Jocelyn," she called down, her voice trembling. A small figure appeared at the foot of the stairs, silhouetted by the faint light from a single bare bulb mark, had yet to replace. "Yes, Mommy. What were you doing down there?" "I dropped my doll. I was just getting her." Jocelyn held up the doll, its porcelain face serene. "She likes the quiet." Lena S.'s blood ran cold. She wanted to run down the stairs and snatch her daughter away from the shadows. But she forced herself to stand still. "Come upstairs now. It is time for bed." That night, Lena did not sleep. She lay beside Mark, listening to his steady breathing, and stared at the ceiling. The old methods were a joke. The new methods were a lie. She was alone. The thought was terrifying, but it was also clarifying. It stripped away all hope of outside rescue, leaving only a stark, grim resolve. The next morning, after Mark left for work and Jocelyn was on the school bus, Lena went back to the basement. She didn't turn on the light. She stood in the cool, damp silence, feeling the presence that had taken root in her home. It was strongest down here, in the earth and the darkness. She thought of the folklore book, of its useless remedies. But But it had mentioned one other thing, a concept she had dismissed as too vague. Every entity, every spirit, has an anchor, a thing, a place, a memory that tethers it to the world. Josiah had tried to break its connection to Jocelyn by force. What if that was the wrong approach? What if she needed to find its original anchor, the thing that had called it here in the first place? She spent the day in a frenzy of research, scouring the internet for the history of their house, of the land it stood on. She found nothing but bland real estate records. Frustrated, she drove to the local historical society, a small, cluttered building next to the library. An elderly volunteer with kind eyes helped her pull old maps and property deeds. Their house was new, built in the 70s. But the land, the volunteer explained, tracing a gnarled finger over a sepia-toned map, had once been part of a much larger farm. The farmhouse, long since demolished, had stood about a half-mile from where their subdivision now stood. The Hobb family, the woman said, kept to themselves, from what Ivy heard. The last of them, a fellow named Silas, he just disappeared. Midwinter, long time ago. The house fell into ruin after that. Lena S. skin prickled, disappeared. What happened? The volunteer shrugged. No one knows. They found his dog, frozen solid on the porch, but no Silas. Some folks said he just walked into the woods and never came back. The land was sold for taxes eventually. She leaned closer, a hint of gossip in her voice. My grandmother used to say he was a lonely man. Spoke to things that weren't there. She said he was always trying to call something to keep him company. Lena thanked her and left, the words echoing in her mind. Call something to keep him company. She drove not home, but past it, following a dirt road that led to the edge of the woods. She parked and walked, the afternoon sun filtering through the bare branches. It didn't take long to find the foundation of the old Hobb house, just a rectangle of crumbling stone, half swallowed by ivy and leaf litter. The air was still and cold. In the center of the foundation, something caught her eye. Not a stone, but a piece of weathered, splintered wood. As she got closer, she saw it was the leg of an old chair, carved with a simple, repeating pattern, a spiral, and next to it, partly buried in the dirt, was a small, tarnished silver locket. She picked it up, brushing away the soil. It was icy cold. With trembling fingers, she pried it open. Inside was not a picture, but a tiny, carefully braided loop of hair, pale blonde. A child's hair. And etched into the inside of the locket lid was a single, angular rune that looked like a stick figure man with two long limbs. Lena dropped the locket as if it had burned her. It lay in the dirt, a tiny, ugly secret waiting to be found. This was it. This was the anchor. Not a place, but a memory of loneliness, of a summoning that had worked too well. Silas Hobb had called a companion, and it had stayed long after he was gone, waiting in the soil, patient, until a new kind of loneliness, a child's isolation during a bitter winter, had given it a new key to wear. She now knew what it was, and knowing felt like holding a live wire, She had a name for the enemy, but no idea how to use it. She left the locket where it lay, afraid to touch it again, and walked back to her car. The thing in her daughter's skin was not a random demon. It was a parasite of solitude, invited long ago, and she had just discovered its origin story. The fight was no longer in the dark. It was out here, in the terrible, revealing light of history. The drive home was a blur. Lena's mind raced, stitching together the fragments. The spiral patterns, the whispered words, the cold intelligence in her daughter's eyes. It wasn't a possession in the biblical sense. It was an inheritance, a legacy of loneliness passed down through the very soil. Sela's Hobbes' desperate call had not been answered by a demon, but by something older, something that fed on isolation. It had consumed him and then lain dormant, a seed in the earth, waiting for another soul ripe with the same quiet despair. Jocelyn, sick and feverish, and cut off from the world for weeks, had been the perfect vessel. When she walked into the house, the silence felt different. It was no longer just watching her. It was recognizing her. She had been to its birthplace. She knew its name. Jocelyn was in the living room, building a tower with wooden blocks. She didn't look up as Lena entered. "You were in the old woods," the child said, her voice flat. She placed a block carefully on top of her precarious structure. Lena froze, her keys still in her hand. "How do you know that? The dirt on your shoes is different." Jocelyn finally looked at her, and the thing behind her eyes was no longer bothering to hide. It was a vast, cold curiosity. "You found the shiny thing." He cried when he lost it. He was so alone. A wave of nausea washed over Lena. It was confirming everything. Who cried? Jocelyn. The quiet man. He still here. He part of it now, like I will be. She turned back to her blocks, her small hands steady as she built higher. The doctor's medicine won't work. It just makes the quiet louder inside. Lena stumbled into the kitchen, leaning against the counter for support. The entity wasn't just mimicking Jocelyn. It was trying to assimilate her, to dissolve her into its own ancient, collective solitude. The pills, the therapy, they were just smoothing the path, quieting Jocelyn's own struggling spirit to make more room for the invader. Mark came home full of optimism, clutching a prescription bag. "First dose tonight," he said, smiling as he shook the small bottle of pills. Lena watched him, a terrible clarity hardening within her. She could not tell him. He would see only madness. The battle lines were drawn, and they ran directly through the center of their family. She was on one side, and Mark, with his science and his pills, was unwittingly on the side of the thing in the basement. That night, when Mark presented the tiny pill to Jocelyn with a glass of water, Lena held her breath. Jocelyn looked at the pill, then at Lena. A faint, knowing smile touched her lips. She swallowed it obediently. An hour later, when the house was quiet, Lena crept to Jocelyn's door and pushed it open. Her daughter was sitting up in bed, silhouetted by the nightlight. She was not asleep. She was staring at the wall, and from her lips came a low, monotonous hum that was not a song, but the sound of empty space, of wind through a long-abandoned house. "Jocelyn," Lena whispered. The humming stopped. The head turned slowly. The eyes that met Lena S. were hollow, the last embers of her daughter S. consciousness guttering out. "It's easier now," the thing using her voice said. "The little lights are going out. Soon it will just be the quiet. We like the quiet." Lena backed out of the room and closed the door. She slid down the wall onto the hallway floor, wrapping her arms around her knees. She had been wrong. This was not a war she could fight by uncovering the past. That had only given the enemy a voice. The pills were accelerating the process, and Father Josiah S. Faith had been a blunt instrument against a subtle poison. There was only one path left, a path that made her soul shrink in terror. If the entity was a parasite of loneliness, then its weakness was connection. Not the forced connection of therapy, but the raw, undeniable bond of a mother-s love. It was the one thing Silas Hobb had lacked, the one thing it had sought to counterfeit. To fight it, she would have to go into the quiet itself, to find the tiny, fading spark that was still her daughter and lead it back. It meant risking her own mind, her own soul, being swallowed by the same silence. But it was the only weapon she had left. She would have to join Jocelyn in the dark. The floorboards were cold through her pajamas. Lena sat in the hallway until the first gray light of dawn seeped through the window at the end of the hall. Mark found her there as he left for his morning run, his face creased with concern. "Couldn't sleep again?" he asked, placing a warm hand on her shoulder. She looked up at him, at the simple, good man who believed in pills and progress. "No," she said, her voice raw. "But I have an idea now." He smiled, mistaking her grim resolve for returning hope. "That's my girl. We'll get through this." He kissed the top of her head and jogged down the stairs. Lena waited until the front door closed behind him. Then she stood, her joints stiff, and went into Jocelyn's room. Her daughter was asleep, or what passed for sleep. Her breathing was too even, her face a placid mask. Lena knelt beside the bed, ignoring the chill that radiated from the small body. She leaned close, her lips nearly touching Jocelyn's ear. "I'm not leaving you alone in there," she whispered. "I'm coming to find you." There was no response, not even a flicker of an eyelid. But Lena felt a shift in the room, a subtle tightening of the air. It had heard her. The day was a pantomime of normalcy. She made breakfast, packed a lunch, saw Jocelyn onto the school bus. The thing inside her daughter was quiet, perhaps conserving its energy, perhaps amused by her declaration. Lena spent the hours preparing. She didn't gather sage or salt. Instead, she gathered memories. She pulled out photo albums, home videos, the box of crayon drawings from before the sickness. She laid them out on the living room floor like maps to a forgotten country. She was not going to fight the entity with its own tools. She was going to remind it what it was trying to erase. When Jocelyn came home, Lena was waiting. "I thought we could do something special today," she said, her voice carefully light. "No homework. Let's just have a girls' afternoon. Jocelyn regarded her with flat, assessing eyes. What kind of afternoon? A remembering afternoon. Lena led her to the living room, to the spread of photographs. She picked up a picture from the beach 2 summers ago, Jocelyn squealing as a wave chased her. Do you remember this? You were so brave. The water was so cold. Jocelyn glanced at the photo. The water tastes like salt, she said tonelessly. It pulls you down. Lena's heart sank, but she pressed on. She played a video of a birthday party, Jocelyn laughing as she tried to blow out the candles. You wished for a puppy that year, Lena said, forcing a smile. The fire is hot, Jocelyn murmured, staring at the screen. It consumes. This was the battle. For every happy memory Lena offered, the entity reflected back a distorted, negative image. It was translating joy into fear, connection into isolation. It was showing her how it saw the world. Despair threatened to overwhelm her. This was a language she didn't speak, a darkness she couldn't illuminate. As dusk fell, Jocelyn grew restless. I'm tired, she announced, and started up the stairs to her room. The audience was over. Lena sat amidst the scattered evidence of their former life, defeated. The direct approach had failed. The entity was too strong, its grip too deep. Her idea, born of desperation, had been naive. Love was not a magic bullet. It was just a feeling, and this thing fed on feelings, twisting them into sustenance. The silence of the house deepened. Mark texted to say he'd be late. Lena felt the weight of the empty rooms pressing in on her. She understood, then, the true nature of her enemy. It wasn't just in Jocelyn. It was in the very atmosphere of the house, in the silence between the heartbeats, in the spaces where love should have been. To reach her daughter, she would have to go into that silence not as a warrior, but as a supplicant. She would have to embrace the very thing it represented. She climbed the stairs and stood outside Jocelyn's door. She took a deep breath, not of courage, but of surrender. She stopped fighting the fear, stopped trying to push back the dread. She let it wash over her, accepting the profound loneliness of her quest. She was one person against an ancient echo. The odds were impossible. Then she opened the door. The room was dark, but Jocelyn was again sitting up in bed, waiting. Lena did not turn on the light. She walked to the bed and sat on the edge, not facing her daughter, but looking straight ahead into the darkness. She let her shoulders slump, let the exhaustion and the hopelessness show in her posture. It's winning, she whispered, not to Jocelyn, but to the room itself. You were right. I can't fight it. I'm so alone. She felt, rather than saw, the thing inside Jocelyn stir with interest. This was a language it understood. Despair. Isolation. I miss my little girl, Lena said. And this time, the tears that came were real, hot, and unchecked. They were not tears of strategy, but of genuine, bottomless grief. I miss her so much it feels like I'm dying. It's so quiet without her. She buried her face in her hands and wept. She wept for the lost summers, for the silenced laughter, for the terrifying future. She poured every ounce of her sorrow into the room, offering it up. She was no longer trying to scare the entity away. She was showing it that she, too, could be lonely. She was meeting it on its own ground. A small, cold hand touched her arm. Lena froze, her sobs catching in her throat. The voice that spoke was small, thin, a thread of sound in the overwhelming quiet. It was stripped of the ancient cadence, stripped of the mocking intelligence. It was just a little girl's voice, faint and far away. Mommy. It was the first time in months she had heard that word spoken without a layer of malice or mimicry. It was a question, a plea. Lena slowly lifted her head. In the dim light, she could just make out Jocelyn's face. The hollow look was still there, but behind it, deep in the pupils, was a pinprick of terrified light. It was her daughter, looking out from the prison of her own mind. The entity had taken the bait. It had drawn close to feed on her despair, and in doing so, it had loosened its grip just enough for the true Jocelyn to gasp for air. Lena did not move to hug her. She did not smile. She simply held that tiny point of light with her own gaze, a lifeline thrown across an infinite darkness. "I'm here, baby," she whispered. "I'm right here." The flicker in Jocelyn's eyes held for a second longer. A silent scream of recognition, and then it was gone, swallowed once more by the void. The small hand withdrew from her arm. The figure on the bed lay down and turned away, but Lena's heart was pounding with a savage, terrible hope. She had found a crack in the silence. She had learned the first rule of this new war. To win her daughter back, she would have to lose herself first. She did not sleep that night. She sat in the armchair in the corner of Jocelyn's room, a silent sentinel. The entity was quiet, perhaps digesting her performance, perhaps wary of the crack it had allowed to form. Lena did not try to force another connection. She simply waited, her own loneliness a cloak around her, a shield and a weapon. The next morning, Mark was baffled by her calm. "You look better," he said, sipping his coffee. "I had a breakthrough," Lena said, and it was the truth, though not in the way he would understand. She watched Jocelyn eat her cereal. The thing inside was back in full control, its movements efficient and devoid of childish clumsiness. But Lena saw it now not as an impenetrable fortress, but as a guard standing watch over a precious, fragile prisoner. She drove Jocelyn to school, the car filled with a thick silence. As they pulled up to the curb, Lena turned to her. "I'll be here, waiting, when the bell rings," she said softly. Jocelyn's head swiveled toward her. "Why?" "Because it's a long day to be alone." Lena held its gaze, letting her own isolation bleed into her words. "I don't have anywhere else to be." For a fleeting instant, something shifted in the air between them. A recognition. The entity understood loneliness, and Lena was presenting herself as a fellow traveler. It was a dangerous gambit, inviting the very thing she sought to destroy closer. The thing that looked like her daughter simply nodded, and got out of the car. Lena spent the day in the car, or walking the perimeter of the school grounds. She was a ghost haunting the edges of her daughter's captivity. She was making herself a constant, quiet presence in the entity's world, not as a threat, but as a companion in emptiness. When the final bell rang, Jocelyn walked out and saw her mother leaning against the car, exactly as promised. There was no smile, no wave, just a slow, considering approach. "The other mothers leave," Jocelyn stated, sliding into the passenger seat. "I'm not the other mothers," Lena replied. At home, the pattern continued. Lena stopped trying to engage with cheerful activities. Instead, she simply existed in the same space, radiating a quiet, profound sorrow. She would sit and stare out the window while Jocelyn drew spirals in a notebook. She would hum a tuneless, mournful sound while preparing dinner. She was mirroring the entity's own energy, reflecting its essence back at it. Days bled into a week. Mark grew increasingly concerned. "Lena, this isn't healthy. This." Resignation. "It's like you've given up." "I haven't given up," she said, her eyes distant. "I've just changed tactics." One evening, as Lena stood at the sink washing dishes, she felt a presence behind her. She didn't turn. She continued her work, her shoulders slumped in a portrait of weary grief. A small voice, thin and hesitant, broke the silence. "It's cold." Lena's hands stilled in the warm, soapy water. It was Jocelyn's voice, but stripped of the ancient echo. It was the voice from the bedroom, the tiny spark. Lena did not turn around. She kept her back to the presence, knowing that direct eye contact might be too much, might scare the fledgling spirit back into hiding. "I know," she whispered to the window above the sink. "It's always cold in this house." There was a long pause. Then he was cold too, the quiet man. He cried at night. Lena's breath hitched. This was it. The entity was still there, but it was allowing Jocelyn to speak, using her memories as a bridge to Lena's offered loneliness. It was a conversation, mediated by the very thing that sought to consume them both. "What did he cry for?" Lena asked, her voice barely audible. "Company," the little voice said, and it was filled with a sadness that was entirely human. He just wanted someone to stay. A single tear traced a path down Lena's cheek. She was not crying for Silas Hobb. She was crying for the terrible, simple truth of it. The entity wasn't evil in the way she had imagined. It was a fulfillment of a desperate wish, a wish that had curdled over decades into a monster. It was a creature of absolute, eternal companionship, achieved by absorbing everyone who came near into its solitary silence. The spark of Jocelyn had given her a second key. The anchor was the locket, but the lock was loneliness. And the only way to pick that lock was not to break it, but to satisfy it with something real. "I'll stay," Lena said, turning slowly now to face her daughter. Jocelyn was shivering, her arms wrapped around herself. Her eyes were wide, the battle between the child and the inhabitant visible in their trembling light. "I will always stay, Jocelyn." You are not alone. For a moment, the two of them stood frozen in the kitchen, mother and daughter, connected by a thread of shared understanding across an abyss. Then Jocelyn's face contorted. The ancient coldness rushed back in, smothering the fragile light. She turned and fled upstairs, but the thread remained. Lena had not just found a crack. She had planted a seed. The entity knew companionship now, not as a concept to be corrupted, but as a living, breathing promise. And a promise, once made, is a difficult thing for even the oldest darkness to erase.